Please take a seat and we'll start in 1 minute. Please take your seat. We have honorary guests for the honorary first move. So the board number 1, I would like to invite the mayor of Katowice to make the honorary first move, and Uniwersytet Ozoła. And Uniwersytet Ozoła, the managing director, to make the first move. As well, Vanessa Host from Czesko and Schneider from Stuttgart. To make the honorary first move with the board number 1.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 6th round of the European Chess Championship. I'm prepared with coffee. How about you?
I have tea. We have amazing tea and coffee available for the players and also for us in the refreshment area. So yeah, we're ready for today.
Yeah, let's go to the playing hall to discuss it a bit. We can also touch today's pairings. So what do we have on top boards?
Well, we have Ishik playing with the black pieces against Robert Hovhannisyan. So that is going to be very exciting. Also, the winners of yesterday, Maxime Lagarde and Stefansson, they are facing also strong opposition. But yeah, we have 6 players at the top with 4.5 out of 5. And yeah, the top 3 boards will be very important to follow. So we will take a close look at those boards. Here you see the playing hall, the games have started. And yeah, we saw earlier the first move being made on the first board. And yeah, we have very exciting pairings today. As always, very strong tournament, lots of grandmasters. And we even, as we were looking through the pairings, some of the grandmasters have slipped down quite a bit. Anton Demchenko hasn't had a good tournament so far. He is on 2.5 out of 5, so we hope to see him back at the top very soon. But we also had some really good performances, such as with 4 points out of 5, Anton Zlatkov. He is only 2300 rated, and there's many more players as Zlatkov, so we're very excited to see them perform well and hopefully go for a norm performance.
Yeah, true. Still, it's not so simple to achieve it, but getting very close to that thing which I believe that all the chess players who are sort of, at least on some club level, are dreaming of, to get the title, to improve, and to get the visibility, recognition, and as you could find out yesterday, Anna Maya will become WGM. So we will need to adjust her signature in future tournaments. No WIM anymore.
Finally, because I would keep getting the question, do you prefer FIDE Master or Women International Master? And the idea is that FIDE Master is a higher rated title because you receive it at 2300, but Women International Master requires norms, but it's for the lower rated. You need to have 2200, but you need to have 3 norms. So I always preferred the WIM title because I had to perform well in 3 tournaments. And I had to work harder for that title. The FIDE Master title just happened, especially because as a young player, I had the K factor 40. So 1 or 2 good tournaments and you suddenly are above 2300. So it didn't feel that special. But now I can finally have the 1 Grandmaster title. And now I know which one is. It's much easier to decide which one is nicer to have.
Cool. That was a really nice explanation. But let's go to the playing call. Let's check the moves since we have them.
Yeah.
Combine it with the board. So let's go to our board number 1, where we have Hovhannisyan Robert versus Ishik-chan. Ishik is doing very well in this event, and he's, I would say, playing above 2600 level. So let's see, can he repeat his successful game versus Sulen Manli, another rating favorite, 2650, where he was very convincing in Caro-Kann. So let's see how about today. A6, okay. Small nuances, already taking Robert out of the book, or at least forcing him to think a little bit more and to navigate through his repertoire.
It's not a popular move whatsoever, but it has been played by very strong players. It has been played in the game between Anand and Karpov. So it has been played already quite some time ago, but also in recent games. So very interesting idea to play a6. All the pawns are on light squares, but the bishop is out of the chain. That is very typical in the Caro-Kann. As I'm used with the French defense, the bishop is usually staying behind the pawns, very safe, and that's why I'm very scared in the Caro-Kann when the bishop is out. It feels like I'm in danger. The bishop can get trapped or get captured. I want to keep my bishop safe, but the idea of the Caro-Kann is simple. You want to keep the bishop out of the chain, and you want to play around the pawn structure in the center. And perhaps he is preparing c5 for a later point, and then it might transpose into a French with the c5, c3, if that is being played, with the bishop out of the pawn chain. So that can be beneficial, but as a proud French player, I'm very happy with my bishop on c8. I'm a little bit biased in this sense.
Maybe, Anna, just to explain which are the main moves after bishop e2 instead of a6. So knight d7 as a top choice. Knight e7 also possible. C5 quite topical. H6 trying to get this escaping route. Even stuff like bishop before. What's the key here? Actually, Caro-Can is something I suggest to chess beginners since it's more logical and easier to play than e5. Since after e5 and stuff like knight f3, knight c6, I don't know, d4, e takes, bishop c4. It's not so easy to handle since you see that your opponent is getting into the castle, e5 is coming, lot of gambits, and you're always the one with the black pieces who is trying to defend out of opponent's pressure. So here c6, actually d4, d5, usually on some kind of beginner's level or intermediate level, amateur level, leads to ED-CD. And you're coming out with your knight to c6, for example, knight c6, let's say some bishop e2, you come out with your bishop, castles, some e6, natural play, and then I'm telling to my students that you can go knight f6, then bishop goes to e7. It's a safe option, however, it's quite static since after castle then you cannot do much on the king side, you can only rely on start pushing your queen side pawns, while after bishop d6 you're much more flexible since you can go knight e7, then after knight e7 you go f6, you're controlling e5 square, you can kick out your opponent from e5 if white jumps since in other way, for example here, it's better, or it is not to combine bishop d6 with knight f6. Bishop d6 goes along with knight e7 instead of knight f6, since everything is about this e5 square. So I like this bishop d6, knight e7 setup, which I think it's a little bit more flexible. And then you are improving a bit, and you're getting knight c3, and at some point you're getting e5 advanced carols. Bishop f5 happens, like in the game. Knight f3, e6, bishop a2. So what's the point here? Why this bishop b4? Since you have two pieces which you need to develop, and king side should have priority. Okay, someone can say, but here we were developing the queen side. But the thing is, to be able to go to the castle, we needed to open space for this bishop. But playing e6, you're entering your French defense, as you mentioned. Then this bishop is a bit locked. So that's why Caro-Can came as a concept. But now you have two pieces and you cannot go to f6, which would be normal way to go. And that's why you need to find a way. Either you go knight e7, then you go to g6, but then your bishop on f5 is on the way sometimes. Or you go c5, knight goes to d7, and knight c6. Don't go knight c6, since afterwards this knight cannot land to c6. Two knights targeting the same square. And other option would be that knight goes to h6, allowing this doubling, which for amateurs is not so simple. And that's why this bishop b4 came as an idea, since bishop will go to c7 and knight can go to e7. So all those things are quite logical if you grasp the logics of this opening. So you mentioned knight e7, c5, and a6 is not top 5 choice, maybe even top 10 almost.
Yes.
So it's a sideline, and after castle he goes for this c5 immediately, and the point is, as I mentioned, that this knight can land to c6. Okay, this is like super, as I mentioned, super subtle way to deal with opening problems. You mentioned some games here. A6, I saw, for example, Wesley Aravind. Which tournament was that?
Let's have
so A6, you mentioned. Let's show one game, for example. Was it some online, or they played some?
No, this was like classical.
Classical. Okay, let's show the game. So it was Wesley versus Aravind, castles.
Maybe it was, did they play in the World Rapid and Blitz?
Okay, I don't know.
It was
let's
in
check.
last December.
Okay, c5.
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3, and then knight d7 was played by Aravind.
There are some games with c takes d4.
Okay, but knight d7, let's just show this game. c3,
knight e7.
Knight e7, the concept I was telling you about.
takes c5,
d5, knight c6. And so stick to this pawn, allowing black to clinch this one.
Knight d2,
Knight
bishop
d2,
e7,
bishop e7,
F4,
f4,
knight c6.
very concrete, g4, so Wesley is going all in.
bishop g6, f5, and the bishop is trapped.
This is how it went?
Yes.
Oh,
This is exactly the reason why I'm scared of the Caracan.
so here Black took a different route, immediately taking on d4. When after knight d4 he plays knight e7. How about games there?
Let's have a look. So c takes d4. 2 games have been played so far. So c takes e4, knight takes e4, knight e7 as well. But it's a transposition, it seems like. After knight e7, we are back in...
One of the main lines, right?
Main lines,
c4
yes.
probably.
Yes.
c4 and
There's knight bc6, d takes c4.
played by Dingley Ren,
Yes.
some other players as well. So what can we expect here? c4 to happen?
It would make sense. It's a very typical idea, also seen in the French when you have this advanced pawn advanced structure. But yeah, this pawn on e5 feels very vulnerable now. So I'm curious to see how white will deal with this pawn. But yeah, I cannot help but feel worried about the bishop on f5. It feels so misplaced there in terms of, like, it doesn't have so many squares. It would be nice if black gets to play h6, so at least the bishop can hide on h7 and it will not get captured. But yeah, for now it's on f5 and it is lacking quite a few squares. But yeah, knight e7, preparing to develop, and we'll see what white decides to do here. I would be betting on c4. I would assume c4 would be played. It would make most sense. We see Robert Hovhannissian on the screen. He's thinking about his move. He is surprised in the opening, but I don't think it's going to do much damage. I don't think it will be affecting him so much, but for now he has spent more time than his opponent. His opponent has been playing very quickly. So Ishik is well prepared here. So let's see what Ishik has prepared, since, yeah, it's quite an unusual position. White has this pawn on e5, not a very solid center, whereas black has quite a solid center with the pawns on e6, d5, and that's why white needs to try to undermine this with c4. Try to restore the balance a little bit. But obviously white has nice development. The knight is on d4, the bishop pair is developed, and the king is safe already. And black still needs to figure out how to develop the pieces, as you mentioned. So, yeah, this is the first board so far.
Okay, very interesting. And Ishik has already prepared this c6 quite deeply, and he's ready to test this. We had the same thing at the Prague Festival, where at the main group, the player who we mentioned, Aravind, have chosen to start with 3 Philidors, and he was having a good position, and only he got crashed at his 3rd encounter versus Vincent Keimer. So it's a way to go. That you prepare something and you hope that it will suit you. And usually, what you do, you cannot abandon something which still works. And then you play it till the moment that someone come up with something, and then you say, okay, it lasted, it gave me some results, and now it's time to switch and search for somewhere else. Although there are also some players who are ready to use it once, and even if it's good or they don't know why it's bad, they move on.
Yeah, it's interesting that some players, I've noticed that they prepare one opening for the tournament, and in every single game they play the same opening. For example, when I played in the London Chess Classic, I noticed my last round opponent, Alon Greenfeld. He is a strong grandmaster, and he played the classical Sicilian every single game with black. Whereas he would play other Sicilians or other openings in other games. I mean, he has played so many games in his career, right? But for this tournament, he prepared a classical Sicilian. And even when preparing, I was still not sure, is he going to repeat this or is he deciding to play something else against me because he has already played so many different openings. But no, he repeated the classical Sicilian against me as well. And we had... my preparation was on the board, but he was so well prepared, he was so experienced, even though he only prepared this for this tournament, that he handled the opening very well. And it's interesting to see how some players have these openings prepared for a specific tournament, but they have it so well prepared, they know all the ideas, they know how to handle the positions, and it's just so impressive to see. So yeah, that was, I think, the first time that I experienced something like this, because typically you have one opening or you have two openings that you play most of the times, and then sometimes you change a little bit to prepare to surprise the opponent and get them out of preparation. But this was new to me, that some players just have one opening and that's what they focus on for their tournament. So, yeah. Perhaps we can check the next board. Maxime Lagarde against Eduardo Iturrizaga Monelli. So this position also from a Caro-Kann actually. We had Maxime yesterday in the studio. It was very nice to see him and share his thoughts on his amazing game. As he had a nice win against Kadrić. It was a tough game for Kadrić, but it's always nice to have a clean win. It gives you a lot of confidence for the next game, and now Maxime is playing with the white pieces. And he seems to be well prepared for this game. He seems to be in his preparation. So let's have a look at the position. So he has played g3 and h3. He's not doing...
Yeah, okay, this d3 is quite popular. Either you take it, we had it in Prague Festival. And there are some players who are ready to try it that way.
Yeah.
D takes, and queen d1. But here bishop g4 has been played, which is also quite normal. And either you like it or not, what do you think? Is it something which would...
It feels very
cross
slow.
your mind to, to play it.
It feels very slow, and it's interesting because it meant that white was ready to go into an endgame because, as you mentioned, with d takes e4, you would be able to trade queens. But yeah, white is opting for a slow setup. I wonder if that is, that was specifically prepared against Eduardo, or if this is what he usually does. But it's interesting. He went for g3, h3, and it's weakening the king side a little bit. But obviously, black doesn't have much development. The pieces are not very active of black, so you can afford this. But obviously, the pawn on g3 becomes a slight weakness, especially if you go king side castling. Then the pawn on 2 will be pinned, so the g3 pawn will be slightly weak. But that's a worry for later. For now, I think white will have to continue developing. Bishop g2, perhaps knight b3. I wonder if, it's hard to take space in the center because the squares d4 and e5 are well controlled by black.
As you could have noticed, I like this knight on e7.
Yeah, you do?
Yeah, on f6, it's more like old school way, but on e7, you're so flexible and you can challenge your opponent, pawn avalanche, you can jump maybe to king side at some point, while from f6 it's more or less defensive. So I think that this position is typically good enough. I would say like this, it's typically good enough for black, but in the hands of great player, as I'm always saying in broadcasts, I don't mention Magnus. So when I need to pick up some player, Magnus is always choice for everything.
Yes.
But so let's put him aside. So let's say that in hands of a player who is capable of squeezing water out of stone, this can be very unpleasant. For example, let's say that white is Fedoseev. you have this fabulous game Fedoseva versus Caruana at Wykanzi 2 years ago. Last year, actually, not 2 years ago. Last year, 2025. It was one of the, from my point of view, one of the best performances I've seen for a while. That someone from totally dry position, like slide plus, can play for so much moves, so many moves for so much time, and get a win. That was really fabulous.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is the game to study. That was like, it resembles Magnus Carlsen at his best.
Wow.
Also, then you have players with the black pieces who are like so comfortable in like holding in those positions. For example, let me try to come up with someone who can be like a player whom, for example, Wei Yi, let's say, with the black piece. It's so tough to win against him this position. Yeah. I don't know who would have done it.
Okay. Well, I actually just noticed that Maxime has played this position before. He has had this exact position last summer in July, and he won his game, but he played a much lower rated player. But he had this position where he played the move knight f3. And yeah, that's quite a surprising move because it's a natural move to play knight b3 instead, to target the bishop and develop the dark squared bishop with tempo. But yeah, knight f3 focusing on the king side instead, and I'm guessing to focus on pushing the center pawns e5, d4, and help supporting them. But he is thinking. He might be wondering if he wants to go back to this game that he played, or does he want to play something else here? Or maybe he's trying to recall that he played this game, because I can imagine he has played so many games in the past couple of months. So does he want to repeat, or does he want to play something else?
The thing is, okay, Maxime was yesterday in our studio. The thing is, for me, it's hard to get a feeling which profile, which style he has, since sometimes he's very confident in sharp games, but he can also play some super dry games. So it's quite strange for a young player. Yeah, and player of this level where you are facing a lot of in the open tournaments, you are facing a lot of different profile of players, sometimes much lower rated and so on. We can recall his first round game where he went sort of all in. So he's ready to play something super sharp, and I believe that his opponents are waiting for top-notch theory, and then he goes with those kind of things. And he's there, and he will play, he will move on. I'm not sure that this is his best choice. However, he doesn't mind going for that.
Right. Yeah. So he's been thinking for quite some time now. So let's see what he decides to do. But yeah, solid setup. He has played this before, so it's not entirely unknown territory. But yeah, we'll see what he decides to do.
Let's check the next game. Let's see how this game... Okay, we don't have moves.
I'm afraid the board is not working.
Stuck.
Yeah.
So let's check the next. Okay, we can a little bit go full screen.
Yes. Let's see the board. It looks like I was going to say Italian, but I see knights on f6 and g6. Could be. Could be in Italian. They haven't made many moves so far. Let's see if we can get the board back for this, but for now we will just move on to the next board so we can see the board clearly. Yes, this looks like the Italian.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah. And they exchanged on e3. F takes.
Yeah, and the knight maneuvered from c6 to g6, which is interesting because usually you don't get to do that so quickly. But yeah, balanced position. Both sides playing on the king side, as white has the half-open f-file. The knights of black are located towards the king side, so yeah, perhaps we will see black trying to push the d-pawn. d5 is a very typical pawn break in the center, but yeah, for now we have to do it with this angle, so perhaps we can come back to this game later.
Yeah, you can also check yesterday's interview while Vignir was here, and he was very happy with his win against Alexander Inčić, one of the best players here. So of course he was excited, although he also mentioned he was humble, saying that his opponent wanted to play for a win and prize, so he was not unhappy if there will be a sort of quick draw, which is typical. Sometimes you need to be like safe and then wait your opponent to take some risk, which is nothing new for Inčić. He always goes all in. So let's check next game. We have David Anton Hiharo playing against Dimitris Alexakis. Yesterday it was a roller coaster, although it was an end game. David Anton played a fabulous game versus David Gavrilescu. However, it's so complicated and so tough to win. In Rook's endgame, everything worked well to that moment, but somehow he misplayed it. Here we have Rossolimo and b takes c6, which is a nice line. Bishop g7, rook e1, knight c7, queen c7. There was a famous game, if you ask me, that it's famous from it was from the European Women Championship last year in Greece, Rhodes, where who was playing, I think, Slivitska with the white pieces versus Malteskaya, Lavstrand, important for the World Cup qualifier. Plays knight d5, c4. I'm showing this to my students. Knight in b4, and wants to go to d3. However, white would love to go d4, take with the queen, but if you play d4 immediately, c takes, queen takes, there is a fork. So that's why after d4, so that's why you want to play d4. Also, you don't want to allow knight d3, and there is solution for that. Takes a3 now. After knight a6, queen d4, and then black played this d6, which of course engine immediately screams that it's totally winning. However, you need to spot the idea. If not takes, this is not good, king will high, or after d takes e7 there will be a queen move, but here black is lost. White was concentrated enough to find this bishop h6, which is super nice move. Forcing to take. If castle takes, this is bad, so takes, ed, and now the problem, if after castle queen d4 there is intermezzo with the check and white wins the material. However, after rook g8, which was sort of forced, white played rook e7, king f8, queen f6, threatening a checkmate. Black defended with bishop e6, which was super good defense. Why? Since when you sack the material, you are sort of having this inner pressure to get it back. And if you are the one who wants to get it back, you can even lose a game, since here after king g7, rook cannot go anywhere.
Wow.
Rook is trapped. So here the winning sequence is knight d4. Okay, there are more moves. And after bishop takes c4, the point is that you can go rook f7.
Wow.
Bishop f7. This is how the game went. Knight
Yes.
e6, king e8, and knight d8. And that was...
That was the game?
Yeah.
Wow,
Very
nice.
impressive, very instructive, tactical alert. it can be also used for educational purposes. Speaking about education, today we have this Chess in Education conference.
Yes.
It's very crowded, very vivid here at the stadium. A lot of people coming.
A lot of guests. There's a lot of little activities organized here. And yeah, we will be joining the conference soon as well.
Exactly. So going back to the board, so instead of knight f6, queen c7 was played. However, white just develops and we have this position. Let's see how Slovakian GM, not yet a GM, but for sure Samir will get a norm. So I believe that Slovakia will have another grandmaster. So Ljubomir Vtačnik was top 15 in the world. I think he was 15th. Then whom else was there? So they had a really strong. Was it Smejkal? I'm not sure. Stoll, a lot of grandmasters who were playing for Slovakia.
Yeah.
So this is those 3 knights thing, which is typical, and this is the current position. Bishop f1, quite topical, of course. Black is prepared for this. How about our yesterday surprising winner, Tarkhan, who won versus Samonenkov? A huge blow for Ihor. As I mentioned, he barely loses. So that was a huge thing. And today he's playing versus Gumularts. Gumularts has shown, I would say, one of the most consistent play in first 5 rounds.
Yeah, he has played 2 draws against low-rated players, but okay, it's hard to win all the games in such a strong and tough tournament. So yeah, with 3 wins, he's doing great. But okay, he still needs to go through the real test. Can he keep this performance up for the remaining rounds? Because we have a total of 11 rounds. We are only in round 6. So after this round, we will be halfway through the tournament. But yes, anything can still happen. But for now, he's on track. He's on track and he's doing well so far.
True. Let's check how Shant is doing. Okay, playing this classical stuff versus Brunello. Knight c6, quite topical. Dovchenko Alexander is sort of back to business. He's ready to join the leaders, and this is this famous line. A little bit different. So knight d4, knight f6, and then this bishop e5, c4. Everyone is playing this. I was playing this versus Borki Predojevic. Black is happy with the position. White is happy with the position. Everyone is happy. Like you have it in Rocky Balboa, famous quotes. If I can change, you can change. Everyone can change. So same goes here. If I'm happy, you're happy. Everyone is happy with that kind of position. Edis Gurel is playing this position here. The only thing is not to blunder some tricks. For example, this won't happen, but just to show, let's say that I play, I don't know, something like knight h5. No, knight h5 is not the right way to go. Let's say g5. Bishop goes to g3, and now how should I use it? Let's say king g7, and there are already some tricks with knight v5. Maybe not in this position, but I've actually tried it several times and win games in Blitz at least. So people tend to blunder
It
this.
works.
Yeah, people tend to blunder those things. I like this position with the white pieces, but also Edis is probably happy. The main thing is that natural square for queen is on c2 and this rook x-rays, while at the same time it's not so simple to find the spot for black king, queen. I would prefer to play this position with the white pieces, so I'm a bit surprised that Edis went for it.
Yeah. Yeah, and he also has spent quite some time already, so it's a surprising choice.
This one, yeah, stable things we had yesterday. Igor Janik, today he's playing versus Jonas Bjerre. And this structure is not simple at all, since it looks like you did everything. So you exchange your bad French defense bishop, and you have pawns on light squares. However, white has this spatial advantage, and usually it's possible to create some attack. Queen goes to g4, h4, and this space advantage starts to tell. Ivanchuk Vasily is already much worse.
Oh.
What has happened? So Vasily choosing probably some old forgotten line, as he is always doing it. Bishop b4, probably like something which is not played so often.
Oh, this allowed the piece sacrifice, but of course you win it back. Okay, it's still fine. Oh, wow.
So this is a mistake. Everything was normal, and this is a mistake.
Interesting. Is it because of queen c6?
Queen c6 is the most natural thing, but however, it's not a good one.
Wow.
Bishop a6 or something. So what's
bishop no. I wanted to play queen c6 and bishop g5, but
yeah, this is actually the idea. But when black moves, the bishop protects both rooks.
yeah.
So what can be the key here? This is really okay. Maybe queen g3. Okay, stands the test, and then bishop g5 is coming very fast. Also, you know, immediately this is my favorite thing. Those rook lifts.
Yes.
Maybe even immediately rook lift. I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking if c5, I'm not sure where the rook is going because
Yeah.
g4 and h4
No,
are
queen
covered.
g3 for sure. For sure is the move.
Wow.
Anything else, I don't see it. So queen g3 and then going all in.
Yeah, it's interesting why this b6 move is not so good because it seems like a natural move, preparing c5 and trying to create some space, but I wonder what she should have played instead of b6.
Maybe, oh no, queen h4 is dropping c7. Maybe just, no, d4, queen g3.
Rook e6?
Rook e6? Okay, a good move.
Yeah, just rook g6 and then queen h4 and now I want to attack.
I agree. Approved. So, Vasily, under pressure, we will see this queen g3. Will it be a follow-up or not? Santos Latasa. Okay. Playing a sharp line and being ahead on clock. Okay, Darda Klimovsky. Okay, now we have a
What?
famous line. This is a famous line.
Oh, the same opening. as
Yeah,
Ivanchuk.
and then you have this. Yeah, it was played many times by top players. For example, I think that you have game from White Hari Krishna. Hari Krishna
was
won
it
the
this queen
game.
sacrifice?
Yes, you have that game there. So it's a memory test. And some players are ready to go for, no, this is a glitch.
Oh,
So they exchange the queens. So that's why
Okay.
this is a crazy game. But it's a normal. So what has happened? Queen e7, probably. Queen takes. Knight takes. Knight a8. And we are around here. King will go out. Somehow,
Now we're back
is
to
it knight
chess.
d5? No.
Wow.
A7 is hanging. So how do I collect? Okay, I can go king f7 anyway. Since after knight c7 there is rook c8 and knight cannot run anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Here, slight plus for white. Ilinka's opening choice might be questionable. This resembles our game of Lodici versus Stefansson. Okay. So is there anything maybe to check some crazy game that I don't? We have already a draw in Sarachi versus
Oh,
Korobov.
wow.
So Korobov was ready to make a draw while Sarachi is trying to get his GM norm.
Mm-hmm.
How Stavrula is doing, Tsolakidu playing one of the main lines.
Okay, normal position. We have Ignaz playing against Kantor on board 22.
Mm-hmm.
Also interesting position.
Yeah. So anything to keep an eye on? Something super sharp.
Let's see.
Not much. Okay, how about this game of Sargsyan?
Yes, this is board 29. Always Giga always has exciting games.
Yes.
Wow.
So rook is on b3. Which opening was that?
No, I would not have thought so.
So Rui Lopez, and they were just blitzing the moves. And I recall that they were playing against each other at the European Team Championship. Georgia versus
Armenia.
Armenia, and how this game ended up. Hang on. I think it was a draw in the end. But it was a crazy game. Huh?
Was the last round?
Yes, last round and long game. I believe some long game. So Gabriel was black, so they have some history.
Yeah, they went to the end game, but yeah, at some point they just agreed to a draw.
Okay, something else? Let's try to find something a little bit more challenging. I don't see now anything super interesting at the moment to call it crazy. For example, Lupulescu Kuru. Which board is that? This is board
Let's see, board
30.
37.
Yes. How about this position? So white is
Wow.
sort of putting pressure, developing pieces, while black is just conquering the center.
Interesting. Nice development by white, but how do you continue here facing the wall of pawns of black? I'm guessing white wants to play d4 at some point, but you'll have to time it right. But I would be very happy with black's position. You have so much space, and even though white has developed so well, you don't have so much space, and that might hurt later on. So let's see what Lupulescu has in mind here, but I would not be so happy with white's position. And both players seem to be quite surprised in the opening. We see very unusual setup, and they've already spent so much time, and they're only on move 6. So it's always nice to see when both players are surprised and they start spending some time in the opening. So we have a real game going on, and they are figuring out the moves at the board. It usually happens that the players are well prepared and then they blitz out the moves very quickly. But here the players are spending their time and they seem to be out of book. And we like that. We like to see this.
Exactly.
Queen a5 played is already putting a lot of pressure on White's pieces because the bishop is under attack. Black is threatening the move d4. It's not losing any material yet because you always have bishop takes c6 coming with check. But yeah, I'm not sure for how long White's development will stay ahead here, as Black is slowly developing as well. So, very interesting position. We see Kasper Schoppen here on the screen. He's facing Lukas Dutzer. Also interesting matchup.
Yeah, I see many familiar faces. Alan Pichot and Bartosz Sochko. You could see them. Jufa, bottom left. Finek, bottom right. Okay, how about something else to find which is super sharp and we like? How about Chanel versus Ishik? Is this anything super sharp? Not really. I'm searching for something where we could have some more fun. Yeah, it's not so simple to find it. Yeah, at the moment games are quite balanced. So let's go to our top boards just to briefly recheck them and then we might go for a first break. So board number 1, we left around here, c4 was played. Let's bring the board, knight c6 takes, and this is the position. I've seen this before. White is slightly better, but black is not unhappy. Here in Lagarde versus Iturizaga, it will be a long game. Lodici, still the game is stuck. Maybe we can search for our camera angle. This is board number 3. To get the game visible, we had this nice angle from the other side. At least we could have checked the moves.
I see the h-pawns have advance of both players, so that looks very exciting. But maybe we'll come back to the game later.
Yeah, really, I don't see some big mess. Maybe this one is the sharpest at the moment with Gumularts, who might get under attack. Yeah, Anna, maybe it's a moment for a first break. So follow the tournament and we will be back very soon.
Romania Grand Prix, a premium international chess circuit that brings together elite competition, iconic architecture, and the cultural richness of Romania. With a total prize fund of 150,000 euros, the circuit rewards ambition, performance, and excellence across 5 remarkable tournaments hosted in some of the most spectacular locations in the country. The journey begins in Bucharest, beneath the monumental silhouette of the Palace of the Parliament. On May 9th to 10th, Romania's capital sets the tone for the entire circuit. From July 25th to 31st, we arrive in Brașov, in the shadow of the legendary Bran Castle. On August 1st to 2nd, we move to Alba Iulia, inside the historic Alba Carolina Citadel. From August 3rd to 9th, the circuit continues to arrive at the refined Cultural Palace, a pure Art Nouveau landmark that reflects elegance and artistic heritage. On September 12th to 13th, we gather in Craiova at the prestigious Art Museum. More than a tournament series, the Romania Grand Prix is a journey through Romania's most iconic landmarks. 5 tournaments, 5 cities, 1 circuit. We are waiting for you in Romania. Official website www.romaniagp.ro.
Powered by Super Foundation.
And we're back.
Yes, we're back.
And how about the games? So let's go to board number 1, since it seems to me that this is sort of getting out of control, or is it superb prep which is actually showing that black has everything under control?
The game looks like a mess, so we will take a look at it. But first, the playing hall, very busy, 500 players in one room. And this is the moment where players are walking around. As soon as time trouble hits, most of the players are sitting down and it gets much more suspenseful. But for now, the players are relaxing, walking around for a bit, and it's much more of a chill atmosphere.
It's funny how you said, Anama, that 500 players in one room. But this is a huge room, believe me, guys. It's a playing hall, a sports hall where there is more than enough space. A lot of corridors outside, toilets, many possibilities for players to pick up one so quickly. Coffee, water. We can congratulate to the organizers for a splendid job, and I believe that for players it's so convenient. Actually, I'm not sure that I've been to better playing hall for a while.
Yeah, it's amazing conditions for the players, and yeah, it's a very nice atmosphere in the playing hall.
Only thing is that you need to travel from the hotel. However, it's quite normal for other sports. They are accommodated somewhere and they go to the stadium. Although there are some examples in some countries where you can be accommodated next to the stadium or next to the playing hall. But in general, this is something when you have more than 300-400 players that you need to find some sports hall. And this one is a splendid one. I believe that players are very, very happy. And let's see, are they happy with the positions?
Let's have a look.
So, first board, why we think it's a mess, since black cannot castle. Those knights, at least the one on e2, looks a little bit loose. So, I'm actually thinking, is there a way for black just to parry and play some queen e7, but this is not good. Queen d3 is coming, I believe. So should knight go back? But why? What's the concept? Why then this check happened? So it was around here. Okay, check.
Getting rid of the bishop
yeah,
here.
Sure. And now if you go back, okay.
Maybe you can play knight b5 and then try to castle.
Yeah, it's probably about solving some temporary issues. So it's not about long-term unrepairable stuff. It's about probably making 4 or 5 precise moves and the game will steer either to a draw or super solid position for black. So now it's a moment to invest some energy. We can go full screen. What's your feeling, Anama? It seems to me that players feel that this is already a turning point. Is black ready to solve all his problems with some nice, precise moves, or white will pose some problems? Gabriel Sargsyan coming, although it's not about queen d7. It's not about like him calculating. You know, sometimes people see players coming next to the board and then thinking, but it's basically not thinking. You're still thinking on your game, and this is about just a little bit scanning and going through, but to find maybe some connections of the pieces, but not calculating too much. When your game is done, then it's another story.
Yes.
When you pay a visit, then you are ready to dig deeper.
Yeah, it's always impressive to me when I see people visiting someone else's game and then they have calculated so many different lines. It tends to happen because you sometimes hear this back in analysis and, oh, why not this move? Well, I thought this was better or something. So yeah, it's sometimes it happens. Some players do calculate other people's games. For me, it's very difficult to do this when I'm playing my own game. Maybe I start to forget my own variations, so I don't want to overwhelm my brain too much during the game. But yeah, it's nice to have an idea how the other players are doing, how the positions are like, what the openings are, the structures, and yeah, especially in the early game, you can maybe have some inspiration. So.
Yeah, I recall famous story about Michael Tal playing one tournament. I think it was Barcelona, and so one Croatian, like newly, freshly becoming grandmaster, and he was playing, or he was strong IM. I'm not sure, and he played the tournament there, and like foreigners were staying at the same hotel, and they would be picked up with shuttle bus, and Tal was one of them at beginning of 90s, I think. And you know that grandmaster for Croatia, he's playing another grandmaster, or as I said, 2500 player, and the game was tense, and there were a lot of possibilities. They could not grasp all the details. At that time, it was normal to analyze. So they sat down and analyzed for 2 hours. And then when other games finished, so that game was a little bit like, it steered to a draw, but they were checking possibilities. It's about Goran Dizdar. He was playing for Croatian national team, for example, at the European Team Championship 1997 in Pula, playing against Sadler. Very like stable player who knew how to build strategy, but then he was burning a lot of time, sometimes making blunders. So after that analysis, 2 hours, they went to the shuttle bus, and Michael Tal was there. And they were going to the hotel, maybe, I don't know, 25 minutes. And then Misha asked them, one of them he knew a little bit better, I don't know, is it Dizdar or his opponent, and then asked him, what did you play this position? So he asked them like move number 25 or something like that. So it was a big playing hall, and Misha was strolling around.
Yes.
And then they said something, and then he actually refuted all their analysis. After analysis, so what thoughts of them in the games, afterwards analysis, post-mortem, and proposed like things which actually didn't even cross their mind.
Wow.
But he was just making a stroll. So,
yes.
So probably he had like 10 similar stuff for others as well. And actually, so they were so impressed that the guy sort of refuted all those things, like just passing by and then taking a stroll of maybe 1 minute of something and checking the position. Wow. So I was very impressed with that story.
Yes.
And actually, I think it's totally true. And I can imagine Misha just calculating and just going super fast and then seeing everything.
Yeah, very impressive.
It would be funny when he would like come next to this board and then say, why didn't you play knight c3? Why did you sack a pawn? Why didn't you push e6 here? Yeah, he would just start throwing some lines, which is not so easy to calculate if you are an ordinary mortal. So what's going here? Queen d7. Why queen d7? Okay, protecting f5 in some variation, but what's the point?
Yeah, not easy.
Yeah,
to
I think
say.
the point is to protect f5. If you go queen d3, now can I go knight f4? No. I'm missing something. Probably. I don't know what I'm missing, but probably some queen somewhere. Maybe those two knights are.
Maybe like queen e3.
Queen e3. No.
Queen f3.
f3, yeah. No.
Not better.
So queen d7.
And
king
then rook
d7, and then probably rook e1, and g3 is coming. So this is the first conclusion, which means that after queen d3, maybe I should play with another knight. Yes. So this is basically the point. So I grasp the logics to protect the f5 pawn. So what's next?
Yeah, so queen d7 was played, but
Queen d7, yeah, what's next for white? If we try rook e1, then maybe I can go knight d4.
that's nice. Knight
Yes,
c2,
so-
knight b5.
So what else? Rook d1.
Still knight d4?
Okay, a little bit worse. Since now there might be some pressure. Let's say bishop somewhere. If I go bishop c3 and then queen a5, can I play that way? Maybe I cannot. I was thinking bishop c3, but this is bad. So maybe knight c3. Knight c2
Wow.
just loses on spot due to
Queen b3.
no queen b3, knight a1. So queen a5, I think. And this is lost position.
Wow.
Why is this position lost? Can someone explain me?
Knight b6 is threatened?
Knight b6 is an issue. Okay, now I got it. Since I saw some motives. How? So knight c2, knight b6, yeah. And there are no like ideas of back rank motif. So rook. So this might be a try. Rook d1. What else instead of knight d4?
Yeah, tough question.
Knight e7.
Okay, but bishop. No, bishop can't move.
Probably just knight c3, knight
Yeah.
c3. So what to play after rook d1? What is the idea?
It's such a complex position. Too much open space, and the king is still on e8.
Knight c3 is the next move, right? This is okay. Knight b6, is that a move? Then knight c4, but then e2 is hanging. I don't believe that this is a move. So this because after knight c3, knight c3 making bad moves. Really, knight c3 is so bad. Queen
Queen
e3,
E3,
double
yes.
attack. Yeah, double attack. That's why this is bad. So, what's the move now? We said knight d4, but obviously there is a better move. And I don't get it. Really don't get it. f4 doesn't have
Yeah, I was
sense.
just looking at f4.
No, this is too slow.
Yeah.
So, no. No, I thought about some idea. Okay, I can target g2. So let's say if I play this move, again bad move. I was thinking that I can go some queen c6. So we are not blundering, sort of. Since +1, it's not a real blunder, but we are not proposing the best moves. So something with back rank motif, I'm trying to figure it out, but I just don't see it. How can I undermine this? I don't believe that now this is queen e7 because it would be like super subtle.
Yeah.
I don't believe that this is a move, so forget it. Again,
Can we involve the rook?
Again, logics. So, knight c3 is coming. Which move fights Oh. B5?
Makes sense.
No, probably that's not a move, but at least yeah, that's not a move. Why was so this is actually
is
so
good.
I'm trying to find the purpose, but probably just queen a6. Probably not, but I will play it. Yeah, there is something better, and then I don't know what, some bishop somewhere.
Maybe queen d3 is already winning the piece.
Ah, okay. Once again, so queen d3 is a serious threat. Knight c3 is a serious threat. Okay, at least we defined what's going on. Queen b5. How about that move? Huh.
It's okay, yeah.
Okay, a good move. Not the best, but a good one. Queen c6.
Could be.
Good move. Maybe the best.
Yeah, because you have to get out of the
Depends.
pin on the d file.
Yeah, so now queen c6 probably is the best move. But you know, so we get this engine's approval, and still it's not easy to navigate.
Yeah, so you have to be careful here.
And he's thinking rook d1 has not been played yet.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see what Hofannisen decides to do, but rook d1 is a logical move. Get the rook involved to try to play knight c3.
Okay, he's thinking very tense moment, as we said, 1-2 moves, and either this game will steer to a draw or we will see some action.
I think we'll see some action, given how difficult it is to find the best moves here, and it's really easy to make a mistake here. Of course, they have a lot of time to think about their moves, but it's very easy to make a mistake here, I think. So let's see what happens.
The game to follow is also Anton Hiharo-David versus Alexakis Dimitris, since here white just sacks pawns and trying to win the game with some nasty tactics, and he's pressuring a lot on clock. Almost an hour.
Wow, he barely spent time, but his opponent down to 32 minutes. Yeah, that is quite a psychological advantage already.
Yep. I see Stochek. He has sometimes this habit while he's walking to, you know, delve into some conversation, but without
With himself.
someone on opposite side. Yeah, he's right behind them. But
Yeah,
very
you can tell what
interesting
you
player.
mean.
Very interesting player. He was 2600. He dropped some rating in the meantime, but very emotional. You could see him stretching a bit.
Yes.
Has something changed in Gumulart's and Kwaparadze's games? Ivanchuk as well. So in Ivanchuk we have some pressure. We will check that game. Then we have in Kwaparadze Giga, who is playing with Sarkisyan.
Sarkisyan.
We have most likely some draw as an outcome, and also Gumulart's, we were saying that he's having some challenging position already.
Yes.
So
Black is
let's
pressing.
start with that one. So let's check Polish
Board
player
6.
how Gumulart's is doing in his game, since he's the one to
On
follow.
board 6.
So his opponent is going all in, and actually very interesting approach. course, engine will always say that this is dubious, but from human point of view, I would not say the same.
Yeah, I mean, after queen takes d5, black is putting pressure on the pawn on g2, and you have to find the right moves with white to defend. He has a lot of time on the clock. Queen takes d5 is played, but yeah, with this time on the clock, I believe that he will find the right moves. Maybe in blitz, this is where things can go wrong really fast, but he has an hour on the clock. They've already played 23 moves, so I highly doubt that the players will suffer from time and trouble, at least until move 40. But yeah, we'll see. What does Gumulars have in mind after queen takes d5, I wonder? Let's try to figure out which moves come to mind, because I think black's threat is to simply take on h2 with the knight. Knight takes h2 is a big threat. You don't want to move the knight on h2. So what can white play here? Technically, you can play knight f1, knight g3, but the knight on f3 will need some protection.
Okay, this is really playing with fire. Yeah, I would... I would be very... I would be very upset. Who knows what can happen here? Some transfer at some point, but a file helps him. So, is there any attacking move now in this current position? Okay, I can start attacking. If I move the knight, maybe
The guy go back.
yeah, maybe I can go even here. Sort of coming to f5, and is there a third option? Don't believe that taking is good, although engine of course will always take the bishop.
Yes.
And I don't know, but it's also very tough to calculate. I would try to bring this knight somehow, so it's maybe slow, but
Maybe c4?
when?
Here. Just
I was
opening the
thinking
position.
about that, but it's not the move.
It's a positional disaster.
Yeah, which you can make so easily because you're opening black's rook, you're allowing him to jump. It's not something I would have done it so easily.
Yeah, I think I'm just worried about the queen on d5 because knight takes h2 seems like a threat in the position. So I think the queen is in a good spot, so we want to get rid of it, and that's why c4. And at the same time, since the black king is on e8, we want to open up the position. So if we get to do that, the king on e8 will become even weaker. So that will be good for white. So yeah, it would be nice to see c4. I would be very happy to see that move. Just push the pawns forward, open up the position, and making sure...
You're speaking for black, right? No. I'm
No,
joking.
for white.
I'm joking. Open the position.
Yeah, because white's pieces are so, stuck together. The bishop on c2 is so sad. But yeah, it's typical in these lines that the light squared bishop of white is not doing much until much later.
Cool. Very tense moment and interesting to see. As I said, this is some kind of sign of class.
Yeah, we have on the screen the current Polish champion. So we're very happy that he's playing here. There's a lot of Polish players actually participating in this tournament. We have, I believe, over 150 Polish players, and they are known to be very strong. Some of them are even underrated, but a lot of them are very strong, have very high rating, grandmasters, There's a lot of them here, and we're very happy that the tournament is held in Poland, in Katowice, and it gives all these Polish players opportunity to play against some of the strongest players in Europe. We have, this tournament very important for the qualification spots for the World Cup. So of course everyone wants to give a try and qualify for the World Cup, which is a big reason why all those strong players are here playing in the European individual. So all these Polish players get to have the opportunity to face some of the strongest of Europe.
Gumalart's thinking, I love this angle since it shows actually what's worrying him sort of, and that he's not fully like relaxed, ready to just execute the move. He's very nervous, I would say, at this moment, since it is a turning point, as you can see. We mentioned Ivanchuk. Let's see how Chuki is doing. He is under heavy pressure, and his position now completely lies on this bishop on g6. Without that bishop, task. 8 would be a walkover. So f5 is about to be played. h4, h5 on the menu as well.
Tough position for black here.
If we go with the camera now to our board number 12, I'm sure that Vasily will have both hands on his head or something like that, fully focused and very worried. So I'm curious to see. Okay, different way, but for sure he is not so happy. We can go full screen, and now Vasily, as you can see, that's it, not a great position. And all the players are here on the screen, very sort of determined, and at the same time, some of them very worried.
Yes, this is a tense moment, as this is where we're in the middle game stage. This is where the ideas come to life, and we're out of the preparation, out of openings. So this is where all the thinking is happening. And it's going to be interesting to see if Nicolas Kaczmarova can increase his advantage here.
So let's try to dig a little bit. Let's bring the board. So f5 is coming. And how to stop it?
You cannot move the queen. I would like to play queen f5, but the pawn on d5 simply drops.
Okay. And the bad news for black is that he cannot parry on the d file. So what should... Okay, if I go bishop e8, I'm busted. I really don't know how to defend. Maybe just some drastic measure just to give all the pawns. I was thinking even about that. f6, queen, f5 or something, just to come out with the pieces.
Wow.
As a drastic measure, and this is not a good move, but I'm just telling that I would have thought about it.
It's impossible to defend the dark squares.
Yes. How to defend them?
Yeah.
So as we said, d4. Will white play f5 immediately? Not really, because after taking I can return. So maybe I need to go something like h4, h5. Still unclear.
Yeah.
Do I have a threat after c5? Probably I do.
Wow.
Or maybe f5 first. When you take bishop f6 and now
And now I have h5.
h5. So this is the concept how to attack. So c5 is not a good move, but what else to do? d3, bad. Very tough situation for.
Maybe black will be forced to sacrifice the exchange for the bishop because that bishop is so strong. And then you have to hope that the light squared bishop is strong enough. Perhaps that is black's best chance. Because I'm not sure how else you can defend the dark squares.
One thing, after queen f5, rook d5, queen c2, how do you win this game? Do you have some nasty tactics? I don't believe that. Oh, how do you win this one?
Maybe? No. I was thinking maybe you simply lose the bishop because the queen doesn't have many
Rook
squares.
d2, huh?
Yeah.
But queen e4, so
Yeah.
this doesn't work.
Something concrete here.
Oh, now engine will come with e6, bishop, rook f5, bishop f6. Those kind of things.
Yes.
Probably crazy, huh? So I need to take, and now bishop f6 probably first, and g6 checkmate, and on bishop g6 rook g5, I believe, something like that. There is even better move, huh? Really? Some rook d7.
Rook d7, yeah.
So simple to analyze with the help of the engine, yeah?
Yes.
Chess is so simple game. That's why when people are watching the games behind the screen with engine, everything looks
So much
simple.
easier.
Yeah, why those grandmasters are thinking?
Wow.
This was also sharp
What
from
a
the
mess.
beginning. We have a draw in Abasov.
Okay.
So we were actually commentating that this is what will happen, and okay, that was cool. And the game was offered. The draw was
Wow.
offered.
Surprising that Abasov agreed to that. But I guess he doesn't have much choice.
But he's a pawn down.
Yeah.
So what's actually here what's the concept? How to save the game? What do you do? Knight?
Maybe you go for some
King.
initiative.
Is it some?
Oh, king move.
No, hang on. No, this is bad. I was thinking to king, but what's the move now, really?
Yeah, I was hoping to play knight b4 and attack the pawns, but it may not be enough.
Is there something here? Don't believe that I have some time for b6 or those kind of stuff. So king g6 is too bad. Not a simple position at all.
Yeah, it's surprising that they
And then
agreed to
suddenly
a draw
it's a
here.
draw. As I said, without the engine, you would have never concluded it.
Yeah, it's incredible.
This is really incredible. Since I don't see a move, I'm trying to find out what's the thing. So moving the knight, you mentioned knight b4. But knight b4, knight f5, this is bad. This is bad. Knight b2, knight f5. And takes.
Takes, rook takes, and
yes,
then king e6.
King e6. And this is a draw.
Okay.
So knight b2 is the move. Okay, this I can understand a bit.
Yep. Kubaradze against Sargsyan also ended in a draw.
Martirosyan always playing this profile of the position. How about Iturizaga versus Lagarde? How slow is that?
Well, I think White is making some progress. The light squared bishop is out on h3, and White is enjoying this position with the bishop pair. And yeah, with slow and steady improvement, you can get far here. But for now, yeah, very solid position. He's taking it easy, and I'll be very excited to see a kingside attack here. But yeah, perhaps with White, you don't want to get ahead of yourself and attack too quickly here. So let's see what he has in mind. But I'm mostly worried about his opponent's time. Only 27 minutes on the clock. They've only played 12 moves. So very concerning position for Eduardo.
Yeah, we will see what will happen here, but he's very skillful in playing like some positions where he's spaced down. He knows how to defend those positions. Usually this is a super massive tournament in terms of numbers, 500, more than 500. So there are some players having birthday, but what's, I would say, one of the most important birthday in chess community at all is that Garry Kasparov has a birthday today.
Happy birthday!
Yeah, so happy birthday to the legend. He's still active, sometimes playing. Grand Chess Tour is, I would say, his baby that he was sort of bringing it to the European and US scene. So we have Warsaw, which will start very quickly in May. And we also have Bucharest, Zagreb, my hometown, in late June, beginning of July. Kasparov Chess Foundation is very active, and there is also Kasparov Chess Foundation Friendship Festival, and there will be a Trainers Day. Garry Kasparov will come on 28th of June. It's in Slovenia, not so far from Zagreb. You can fly to Zagreb, also to Austria. Graz is just next to, and this is a part of Kasparov Chess Foundation, like festival. So some lecture by Garry Kasparov. Have you seen him somewhere?
Yes, in the World Youth Championships, under 12, actually in Slovenia.
Oh, that's cool.
He was at the prize ceremony. He was present there, and I won one of the prizes, like, I don't know, 5th or 6th place. So all the players were like, it was like a stadium. All the players were like in the stadium, but the prize winners were downstairs near the stage. So I saw him in the front row, and I walked up to him, and well, my mom was urging me, go to him, now is your chance. So I won, my prize was a Rybka DVD. Oh. So I had this with me, and then that was the only thing I had to get his signature on. So on this Rybka DVD that I won, that's where I got his signature. So he was very kind to agree to give his signature on the spot there in the middle of this in the stadium. So yeah, that was a nice encounter with him.
Oh, that's so cool. Let's just come back with this last slide. Since I would just add that there is a tournament, and you mentioned prize, they have quite a good prize fund of 25Ks, 5Ks for the champions. So it's late June. As I said, you can combine it with a lecture of Garry Kasparov, which will happen on a free day. So it's nice tournament and
There's a
lot
blitz
of
tournament.
yeah, a lot of side activities. Hotel is very good, and it's very green. There are some swimming pools, so a nice chance. I don't know about you. Maybe you could play.
Yeah, I will definitely keep it in my agenda. It might be clashing with the Dutch Championship, which I have not fully decided whether I will participate, but I might. So, yeah.
So once again, congratulations, happy birthday.
Happy
One
birthday.
of the best players, according to many, even best in history. Magnus is always also the one for many people, maybe even more, that he is the best one in history. There are some people who like Bobby Fischer, but anyway, Garry Kasparov is a big legend, and I'm happy he's a Croatian resident. So he lives Croatia, US, so I'm happy to have him in Croatia. So let's go back to the games. Let's see the current situation, maybe some other games. How about Donchenko? Is he getting an unpleasant position, Alexander? This is board number 8, or
It looks like a very standard Marazzi bind. There doesn't seem to be happening too much in this game. Very standard Marazzi bind where white is refraining from trading the dark squared bishops, because then the dark squares will become very weak and the knight of black will jump around very happily, and it will be very tough for white to play. So that's why you keep your dark squared bishop on e3 and you play around with other ideas. For now, white is solidifying with the position with f3. But yeah, it's all about black's pieces maneuvering around, and white's pieces, well, typically you want to have more pieces for some attack, but yeah, white doesn't have that many pieces, so I'm curious to see what white will do in the next few moves, because then we will see what the ideas are of white, but for now it's not so clear. I would be very happy here with black's position.
Really?
Yes.
I would be very worried.
Really? What would you be worried about?
Yeah, because white would just wait a bit, and I'm not sure how I can make this breakthrough. b5 will not happen. d5 is the only thing, and maybe that the thing that white got rid of light square bishop helps him a bit. So, but I would not be worried in a sense of white coming after me, but I would be worried that I need to wait for a while, and I'm not so great in waiting. So I like to have some defined and active position.
Makes sense.
How about Edis Gurel? As we said, his opening choice was not great, and then I'm not surprised that we have already better position for white, at least. So usually, I can sense a bit that this was not Eddie's cup of tea. So here exchanges and castles b6, slightly better for white, and e4 came at the right moment, and engine is saying that already taking on e4 is not precise.
Maybe you have to play c5 here.
c5 immediately. Then this square is
That's a problem.
an issue. So probably there is something subtle. Is it e5? Don't believe so. Maybe, but probably not. Something like bishop b7 or what?
Makes sense. To prepare c5, maybe. Yeah, not a fun position for black. It's interesting that Edis Gurel went for this, but yeah, seems to be good opening choice by Samadov. Also young player, fighting for his Grandmaster title, which he should have soon. But it's always interesting to see how such strong players still end up in territory which is very uncomfortable to play, and yeah, they still can get caught off guard.
So, knight e4, queen e4, bishop b7, knight e5. Okay. Sometimes c5 is the motive, but here it's a little bit
Premature.
too much, but not
Yeah.
clear. It's possible not to play being pawn down, but putting an initiative. This is typical motive. However, Edis actually wants to win, but he's also playing with fire. And I recall his game at the last European individual in Romania, where he lost one game being black. Sort of similar thing, that he missed one important moment and then got into a worse position without any chances to turn it over. So he is thinking, and he is worried. I would say this is a bit obvious.
Yeah, he's spending quite some time on this recapture as well.
In the meantime, Ivanchuk has played c6.
Okay. Makes sense to free the queen.
Yeah, exactly. So how about now some h4 stuff? It seems that this is too slow.
Queen
f5 doesn't
f5.
work. So
Now black is ready to play queen f5, I'm guessing.
maybe queen h4 to play g4. I'm playing weak moves. I don't know why. So queen somewhere. Maybe now you need to do something special. Going back to c3 to push g4 to stop f6. Stuff like this, but it's probably not good. Okay, c4. Is that a move?
Yeah, I like it.
Approved.
Yes.
Thanks. So c4 might be a move, but now when I'm looking the position, it's not so simple for white to launch the attack. So I would say that maybe the worst is far away for black. It's not that he will get crashed so simply.
Yeah, with opposite color bishops, it can still go the other way, and it might fizzle out and end up in an equal position. But of course, it's we're far away from this for now, but it can happen, and that's the danger.
How about Brunello Sargsyan? Since this looked like a splendid attacking position, but how to make a breakthrough?
Not easy, because you don't have... It's like you don't have enough pieces for the attack, but you have almost all the pieces ready to attack. I think it's because black has a very strong defense with the bishop pair. Controlling all the squares around the king. So it's more difficult to access the black king.
Yeah, so h4, h5 is needed at some point, but still is far away to achieve that.
Yeah, not easy to find moves here with black, because it feels like every move is not the right one. You don't want to move your pieces really. You just want to wait and see what white does, and then you react to it. But it's hard to react to rook ae1. Because if you, let's say, play knight to c3, which is like a natural move, you want to attack the queen and give more space to your pieces, it feels like you're only helping your opponent. You don't have any interest in taking the pawn on a2, because you need your pieces towards the king side to defend. So, yeah, not a fun position for black whatsoever.
Yeah, there is no direct break for white. However, what to do with black? This is the thing. Since he's stuck on queen side, and as you said, he cannot move away his pieces towards king side. So it's not a simple way to go. Yeah, maybe to summarize before going for another break, since we will have some games in hibernation mode here. After queen a3, queen d7, queen d3 was played, so he allowed this stuff,
Okay.
which is also a reasonable choice. He wants to jump inside. Black should be fine, but also white is doing fine. This one we already commented. Anton is putting a serious pressure. Now he's only a pawn down, but it seems that he will recover another pawn. Here we have black trying to get the initiative. Still white has some safe kingside. Gumularts is winning. Your move. Very good.
He
Anema.
played it.
C4, yes. He
Very
went for
nice.
it. So I believe that here maybe that just taking on c4 was not precise. Is it possible to move the queen? It is. Not the best
You have
one.
to try something with black.
Yeah, since this way he just ended up in a tough position, and now, although being a pawn up, white is totally pressing.
I mean, rook takes e5 is a threat. The bishop on h5 is hanging. The knight on c6 is hanging. Everything is falling apart for black.
It seems that Simon is doing great. This one we covered. Danchenko, as I said, I would not be happy with his position. Martyrosyan is trying to complicate matters. Here we have some attack coming. As I was saying, this is not so simple position to play. And I like the way how Jonas is doing it. So I will cover this game. Even we mentioned rook d2 was played, so he wanted to push f5. White is doing, every move I'm changing my my assessment. So we will now have players thinking a little bit for their, I would say, second part of the game. We already crossed maybe first part of the game. So let's go for a break and then we are coming back.
Super Foundation proudly presents
The Romania Grand Prix, a premium international chess circuit that brings together elite competition, iconic architecture, and the cultural richness of Romania. With a total prize fund of 150,000 euros, the circuit rewards ambition, performance, and excellence across 5 remarkable tournaments hosted in some of the most spectacular locations in the country. The journey begins in Bucharest, beneath the monumental silhouette of the Palace of the Parliament. On May 9th to 10th, Romania's capital sets the tone for the entire circuit. From July 25th to 31st, we arrive in Brașov, in the shadow of the legendary Bran Castle. On August 1st to 2nd, we move to Alba Iulia, inside the historic Alba Carolina Citadel. From August 3rd to 9th, the circuit continues to arrive at the refined Cultural Palace, a pure Art Nouveau landmark that reflects elegance and artistic heritage. On September 12th to 13th, we gather in Craiova at the prestigious Art Museum. More than a tournament series, the Romania Grand Prix is a journey through Romania's most iconic landmarks. 5 tournaments, 5 cities, 1 circuit. We are waiting for you in Romania. Official website www.romaniagp.ro.
powered by Super Foundation.
And we are back. Let's check the games. Let's discuss a little bit this action. We have on board number 1 situation where the game steered to an end game. So let's just bring the board and analyze it. So after queen's exchange, knight a3 happened and b4 was played, knight b5, trying to attack or to get into this d6 square, rook c2, an active response, and now black sort of, I would say, losing whole harmony, since whole his pieces are attacked, potentially unprotected pieces. We do have 2 knights, a rook, also king can come into the fork, so it's quite risky strategy. However, engine says that black is having everything under control, so I believe that Ishik is just playing another game where he's just playing the best move when it's necessary. And with this level of play, I believe that it will be very hard to win against him. This is a superb preparation plus very strong play. And yeah, I'm impressed, being only 2560 rated. This is a shown of class. So big kudos to Ishik. He's doing a great job here. Also, Hovhannisyan is a player whom I think I barely see that he makes some inaccuracy. He's playing very, very precise. Tense moment. Knight d6 check. King should move. d7 most likely. However, also something else might be considered. But it looks to me that king d7 is sort of forced, unless I'm missing something. Nice angle. Gives us a full impression of the position. King to d7. We are waiting for Ishikjan to come back to the board and to execute that move. After king d7, black can, of course, take the bishop if white doesn't defend it, so there is no time for white to take on f5. Waiting for Ishik. He has 30 minutes on the clock, and Hovhannisyan about the same. I would say that we won't have any drama here, since it's more about like solving next 5-6 moves. It's funny that I could even guess many of players without seeing their faces. Now Jaime Santos Latasa just passed. And it's funny, yeah, almost I could guess some players, yeah. Vignir Stefansson walking. Our board number 2. Knight c5 has been played, and so hang on, it's a huge mistake. Why? What am I missing? E takes d5 is not a move. Okay, h6 can be something which should have been stopped. So according to the engine, it's better to play h6 than to allowing it. So h6 is the move. Other move is something with d4, but I don't believe that this is about to happen on knight e5 stuff. Doesn't work. So h6 is sort of coming as a forced move. Maxim is still thinking a bit. Not an easy position for Eduardo. And it seems like a wise choice of Maxim heading towards this position. He is just better. After h6, even significantly better. So he's checking, rechecking why h6 should be played. He will go for it. I don't have any doubt. At the same time, Anton Hikaru David is pressing, still is far from winning. And this is Lodici Stefansson. This game is stuck a bit, or maybe it's now. Now it's maybe corrected. So very dynamically balanced position. So here this game is more challenging and more interesting since Dimitris is having a tough time. a4, the point is of course to challenge Black's queen. If he goes queen d3, then maybe there are some ideas with, for example, like queen g4 and some knight b4 later stuff. I believe this is the point of that move. So where to move the queen? Usually those a4 moves, stuff like that, some pawns move which shaken a queen in some tense and attacked positions is something small detail which just decides. Jaime Santos Latasa strolling around, but of course if his opponent will make a move, he would have run to reply instantly and forgetting about thinking of this game at all. As I said, typical behavior of top players. Strolling around, thinking a little bit, but not going in details. So queen g4, will it happen? And will he make that move? He's calculated he will make it. Or queen to g4. And yes, as expected, as I'm saying, and I was saying before, I'm not using engine, we are not using engine. We are using engine assessment, which helps a lot. Of course, this engine bar also gives you a feeling who is better if you are not checking it yourself. And this, of course, helps, but anyway, I need to come up with moves. So queen g4, the rook is attacked. f5, reaction. Now the feeling is that something is wrong in Black's position. probably taking is something you want to do, unless there is something else. Yeah, maybe there is. To move the queen. But where? It's possible. For example, queen h4. Okay, maybe not queen h4, but something like queen g5. Still keeps the pool. Since here knight b4 just wins the piece. So queen g5, queen e4 allows moving the bishop somewhere with a tempo. So I believe this is the system how white will keep up. And takes on f5. I'm a bit surprised, but probably this is good enough, but I'm surprised that he didn't dig deeper and play queen g5. You know, sometimes in those positions your opponents, they see more. They are worried more about some moves than there is a sign of relief when your opponent didn't go for it. He takes with the queen. And now it's white's turn. Heading towards the end game also have sense, but in that outcome, white might not have enough material to win the game. So queen h4. I expect that move. David Anton thinking, you should move the queen and keep the queen somehow. That's the feeling. Now players are getting slowly towards this pre-time trouble, and we see arbiters. Agim Shensiu is checking. Arbiters, they have this system that they need to control. After some time, they need to control and write down the situation with clocks, just to be aware that everything is going on well. So getting back to our first board, we have some strange outcome of the events. So after knight d6, king d7, white seems to has made the mistake. So rook, let's say, what's the mistake? Rook f8, and what can be the follow-up? Something nasty? Some e6, e6, knight g5, but king f6 allows knight f7. This is what was spotted, and let's say some move, I don't know, like king d6, rook d1, I don't know which rook. And this is very bad. This is very bad. So why this is very bad? Okay, maybe just collecting the pawn, and this is a huge domination. And nothing is going here. So I'm not sure what was actually planned by Robert. Okay, taking on d2 allows knight h8. Knight is locked, but it's not so simple to exploit it. So rook f8 screams to be played. Knight g7, e6 forced, and then taking, because this is also possible, but of course king e6 is priority. Let's go full screen, since this is a tense moment and maybe a turning point. And will rook f8 be played? Ishik is calculating. Rook f8. Shaking a bit, nervous, which is logical. Behind we can see Vasily Ivanchuk, but this is the moment. So rook f8, e6 will be played. What else? Yeah, he will make it. Rook f8. Blomqvist is behind. Swedish grandmaster, who is also making his move, and he was moving the knight. Rook f8 has been played. Injic is walking. Deak. Now people will stop by to check and to calculate a little bit themselves. Ishik determined. I love this angle. We can see player being nervous, which is logical. And e6. It's funny, e6, e6. Okay, so he will push the pawn. Yes. He offers a draw. Very. Oh, he declined instantly. Great. We had a fabulous thing. Knight g5. I'm so impressed how he declined this draw offer. Just playing super fast. Very cool. This was the sequence, and he's just better. He's just better. Rook d1, what else to do? He needs to bring the rook to defend the bishop. Okay, which one? It's not so simple to decide, since f2 is a weak square. So Ishik declining the draw offer so instantly. We came at the right moment. Rook f8 was played, and he already saw that after e6 taking and king d6 he's just better. And now I would say the main thing is that the king is away from the action. White's king, I'm speaking about it. Black's one is good, very good in the center. Robert unhappy, tough situation. Which rook he will bring to d1, a d1 or f d1. We have Emre Can checking the game. And I believe that you could feel the dynamics, that black is very happy with the current position. We might see a decisive result on the first board, and possibly a win with the black pieces, which is huge. We see Kantor running to the restrooms, and this game will now go to some slower pace. As I was saying, I expected that with precise moves, black will have some stable or equal position, but now he got even more, and Robert is very worried. At the same time, h6 was not played. I'm surprised. Let's bring the camera there as well, board number 2. So h6 was not pushed. Here, castle was played. Okay, a decent move, and black played f5. So Eduardo is trying to create some mess, and usually this is a strategy how you make your opponent uncomfortable when he's dominating, that you get him into that thinking there might be all 3 results. So there are some players who are, you know, enjoying their stable advantage, playing for 2 results, and then you play something weaker, but they at least they get aware that there might be some mess and they might lose a game, and this is something which shaken them. So f5 is this kind of strategy. It's not so great, it's not actually a game changer. However, now white needs to think that in case of maybe missing something, he might lose a game. Maurizi just came to check it. Let's see how Stefansson is doing with Lodici. Equal position. Then we have Anton Hiharo, who likes to go to end games. Okay, this is his style. I would say that he's sort of outplaying many people, and then having a better position in his pocket, he switches to some end game or no risk position. Maybe if he could keep on with the strategy of risking, here today he has sacrificed 2 pawns, and I will believe that this will maybe would bring him even more rating points. Sahidi is in the game, so he got back his pawn, which was sacrificed at the early stage of the game. 2 bishops. White has some nice squares, but seems to me that he's doing very well. Here, Gumularts is not playing so precisely. Let's check what has happened around here. Yup, it looked totally lost. Yes. This looks... So this was a mistake. He should have gone for something else. I don't know, is it an IG5? No. Rook h7. Better move than in the game. I don't know, 95 doesn't look so great. Maybe there is something subtle how to exploit this pin on d8. I don't see it. Maybe knight to f5. Is this a move? Okay, better than in the game probably. So he went for this pawn grab, which actually gave some chance for black to come out from the pin. And now he's having a tough time to convert. It won't be so simple. Edis Gurel made the draw. Sargsyan is under heavy pressure still. Donchenko, as I said, this is not so great position, but he's moving on around here. This looks quite... Okay, bishop f3 is probably a wrong move. But white wanted to simplify. Complicated. Oh, fianchetto rook. Haven't seen this for a while, but you need pieces around your king when your opponent is attacking. Ivanchuk is holding, and he's also standing up. You can see him on your left. So Vasily, happy. Okay, a bit, and his opponent is spending a lot of time. Santos Latasa is sort of winning. Darda being pawned down, struggling. Kazakowski. Okay, so many tough games. Dudin made a draw. I don't know where to go. Okay, this looks like a winning position for black. Which engine, of course, approves. Kovalenko, another tough game. How this happened? Oh, so this known line. What a mess. What a mess. What a game. Yeah, this actually costs a lot of energy. Deak is better. Navarra, haven't seen him for a while. Against Patsulaya, tough knock to crack. Injic is outplaying Lavrencic. So, coming back to our main move, main game, let's see how Robert will try to save this game. Knight f3 has been played, and he's trying to liquidate a bit. b3 is something you want to do. However, then this pawn is shaky. I don't know, like rook b1 or something. So taking on a3 might be more appealing. However, then you are allowing your opponent's pieces to come up. So what's the case here? Thinking about some knight d4 stuff, but probably this is too much. Yes, like deflection, but no need for that. I'm not sure what should be. Is it some rook to a8? Is this a move? It seems so. Takes, knight b4. This allows something. But what? Rook e1. So you need to do something first. But now, no. Knight d4 is not good. Knight f4. There is a better move. So simple to find it. The knight, I should not take on b4. I should not go to f4. What else? Come on. So tough. Now it will be some move like h6, g5 for sure, like engine style. But I don't get it. Yeah, this is super strange. Strange. Yeah, this I don't know what to do here. What's the move here? Knight b6? Not really. I don't believe that this is a move. This can be a move. No, this is just winning. So I'm missing some move, and I don't get it which one. So knight b4 is not good. Knight d4, f4, f4 maybe. Oh, so tough. h6 I was saying, but I don't see a point. I can make those kind of moves, something like b5. This is something special. That knight b4 is not the move. Knight f6 to go to e4, but then I'm allowing a lot of things. Also rook e1 is coming. Knight c3. This knight. Finally, I found it, but it's so energy consuming. So a3 has been played, and now it's Ishik turn. At the same time, Iturizaga. Now Maxim is thinking a lot. I don't know which game to touch. Gumularts is having tough time to convert. Okay, c4. This is a nice idea. He wants to get rid of this. Probably then start to attack this doubled c pawn, and if you take, then e5 is hanging, which is even worse. Donchenko, finally he managed to play this b5. Now after b5, if b5 works, I think that he is having a good position. Martirosyan is trying to put the pressure, but it's not so simple. Vasily, okay. Rook to e7. He's sort of blitzing, putting a pressure on his opponent. So f6, is that the idea? Maybe. Oh, queen sec. f6. Probably is the move you should play, trying to get your opponent's king weak. However, you're also allowing that ghost to come out of the bottle. At the same time, Ishik rook a8 has been played. Iturizaga fight. Stefansson Lodici, misplayed by Lodici. How? Rook f7, blunder. Rook g2. Oh, that was missed by Lodici. So Stefansson having great chances for a win. What a mess. All boards are burning. Eduardo, only 3 minutes. Legs shaking. Blitz mode. Let's go full screen that you sense the drama. You can see Stoček on your left, Shanal on your right, Max Varmerdam walking, coming closer to check this game. Minutes for more than 20 moves. That's a lot. That's really a lot. Rook a to a e8. Okay, so this knight on c5 you will see. Let's bring the board. So knight on c5 is left hanging, while on e5 white is not defending enough. So, what's the move? f4 is not possible at the moment. Bishop f4 looks like a normal move. Then knight e6 should be calculated. Maxime Lagarde thinking how to go. Eduardo, worried but also determined. Originally from Venezuela, representing Spain for a long. Haven't played against him. I played against Maxime Lagarde. He was 25, 50, something like that. At that, probably maybe even a little bit less. We played at Metz Open, 15 years ago. 26 plus player. Stoček thinking where to go. We also can see Henry Tudor behind. Okay, hibernation phase. Let's go with the camera to board number 1. Since we do have this knight a to c3, it took me a while to come up with that move. However, John is just playing the best moves. It looks simple. And I would say that still you need to outplay your opponent, so it's still far from winning. However, now Robert should not make a single mistake till the end of the game to hold it, which is not so simple. That's why he's worried. Vignir Stefansson just walking. He's a pawn up, although after queen g5, queen e8 seems to be an inaccuracy. So what probably something else should have been preferred. I don't believe that this is the move, although engine is saying yes. Probably he could not have calculated that. Lodici is now, yeah, he's not on a move, he just made c3, I believe. David Anton, he's better, but still needs to work. Sahidi still holding. I don't know where to go. Everything is super sharp. It seems the shunt has solved his problems more or less. Donchenko, it will be a fight. Huge fight since everything is hanging here. Bjerre has managed to outplay Igor. Big kudos, this is a model game. Maybe Black could have called it, but he was putting a lot of pressure. Something was missed here, or he wanted to go for it, but I don't believe, since White is better here. Ivanchuk. Okay, the game is complicated. Santos winning, Darda, as I said. Oh, seems that he is creating some chances. Kazukovsky. What's going on here? We have like a position where normally kings would be somewhere else, but here king in the center, 2 rooks only. What a position. Gavrilescu thinking. memorable one. So what's the case? If you take the pawn, queen f5, and rook h7, so you cannot take something else. If you take, rook takes, pawn takes, not a pleasant, I don't know, maybe g5 or check, not a pleasant endgame, since here after g5 white has a defendant passer while black has an extra pawn in the center or the other wing without clear cut way, yeah, to become a passer. White is surviving here. Todora Ignac under some attack. Yeah, I don't know where to go. Kovalenko, we were following this one. What a game. The pawn is close to promotional square, still is not clear. Deak being super low on time. We can see them on the camera, our upper right corner. I mentioned that Pansulaya might be a tough knock to crack against David Navara. And it seems that he is doing very well. So favorites are struggling. Gabriel Sargsyan, as we mentioned, made a draw. Injic was winning, but now it's not clear. Maurizi is winning. This king is so bad. So people tend to play without castle position. What a game. So it was neither but a model one, it seems to me. d5, everything was timely played. Very good game by Marc-André. Muradli, maybe better, however, not clear. Zolakidu, Stavrula holding versus Rothstein. Yufa, better. Kuru won versus Lupulescu. In 20 moves? Really? Okay, this is a crazy game. So, bishop c6, we were following this game. Very uncommon opening. Non-conventional. Black sacrificed everything to give this checkmate. Maybe this d3. White sacrificed, took everything, just hoping that this d3 will. No, but this is fabulous. What a game. Just taking on. Maybe here something was. Knight g8. So if you take, okay, still not clear what does this brings. Fabulous game. Waikuru Attila, Finek maneuvering. So let's go back to our main boards. Ishik-chan is pressing versus Robert Hovhannisyan. Probably one pawn will fall. Yeah, it's falling. Not probably, it's falling. here Maxim is burning a huge amount of time. Stefansson being pawn up, but it seems that this was not the right way to go. Anton pressing, but it's still far away from clear. So, not an easy position. I don't know where to go, what to actually what to comment. I'm checking and rechecking which game is the most interesting. I like the way how Donchenko has managed to come out. Maybe we should stick to Iturizaga versus Lagarde and Chan versus Hovhannisyan. Yeah, so the game will take some. Now people will think a little bit, so I will go for a break and we will have a change and Amaya will come back.
Super Foundation proudly presents
The Romania Grand Prix, a premium international chess circuit that brings together elite competition, iconic architecture, and the cultural richness of Romania. With a total prize fund of 150,000 euros, the circuit rewards ambition, performance, and excellence across 5 remarkable tournaments hosted in some of the most spectacular locations in the country. The journey begins in Bucharest, beneath the monumental silhouette of the Palace of the Parliament. On May 9th to 10th, Romania's capital sets the tone for the entire circuit. From July 25th to 31st, we arrive in Brașov, in the shadow of the legendary Bran Castle. On August 1st to 2nd, we move to Alba Iulia, inside the historic Alba Carolina Citadel. From August 3rd to 9th, the circuit continues to arrive at the refined Cultural Palace, a pure Art Nouveau landmark that reflects elegance and artistic heritage. On September 12th to 13th, we gather in Craiova at the prestigious Art Museum. More than a tournament series, the Romania Grand Prix is a journey through Romania's most iconic landmarks. 5 tournaments, 5 cities, 1 circuit. We are waiting for you in Romania. Official website www.romaniagp.ro.
powered by Super Foundation.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 6 of the European Individual Chess Tournament. We have arrived to the time scramble. Lots of games are very exciting. I just came back from a conference where we had a panel discussion among several creators and people from the industry, so it was super exciting to be part of it. My co-commentator is also doing a presentation now at the conference, so very exciting, and that's why I'm here with you for a while by myself. Let's have a look at the game. So here we see, I believe this is board 2. We have board 2 on the screen, Maxime Lagarde against Eduardo Iturriza Gabonelli. Both players very low on time. Maxime Lagarde on 2 minutes, Eduardo on 50 seconds, and they are only on move 26. Still 14 moves to be made until the 14th move, where the players receive 30 minutes extra on the clock. And you can see the suspense, you can see the tension of the players. Maxime hesitating, he is capturing the knight of the board, I believe. The live board is still catching up because the players are making their moves so quickly. But yeah, it's looking like a tense position here where you would think that Black's king is not safe at all with no pawns in front of the king. But I would actually be worried about the White's king because I see more plans for Black than for White. Although after pawn takes, White can capture that pawn, I believe. So we see pawn takes has been played. And here queen takes would make sense, and Maxime is reaching for it. And now the question is knight e2 a threat or not? Maxime believes that it's no problem whatsoever. Because knight e2 attacking the queen and the rook. And knight takes f3 comes with check. So let's see, with only a few seconds on the clock. Okay, we see 40 seconds he has. Will he decide to play knight d2? Or opt for a safer option? Black is down a pawn, so trading down is not ideal. Oh, he's seeing something. You can see the emotion. He plays queen to g6. He's giving his opponent a look. I love to see this. I love watching time scrambles because so many things are happening. And it's so difficult to pick a game because I see so many different games where the players are in time trouble. So let's jump quickly to the first board, as the players also has less time over here. We see board 1, Robert Hovhannisyan against Ishikjan. Let's see what's happening in this position. Black is up a pawn, but okay, this pawn is ready to be captured, but this is probably not a pawn you want to capture because this rook is misplaced on h7, and Black can push the pawn very easily forward. And it would get quite difficult to stop that pawn. So even though the computer is okay with White's position, I think practically this is very difficult to defend still. So Black in the driver's seat. Perhaps Hovhannisyan should focus on this pawn and move the rook towards the queen side. Rook c7 comes to mind. And try to give some checks to the king here. Or is he going to take the pawn h7? I would get really worried about taking the pawn h7. He has 5 minutes on the clock, so he's probably going to take some time to evaluate the position and understand it, because this is an important moment. Obviously, if rook b8 is played, b5 becomes very interesting. The reason you want to play rook c8 is to attack the knight and threaten rook c7. That's the main idea. Obviously, after rook to c8, the knight can jump back to d5, let's say, which defends the c7 square. So that would be helpful. But I think white would still be in the game because it's not that easy to push the pawn forward here. With an active rook, it will be very difficult for black to make progress. And that is what is important in endgames. You want to keep your pieces active. And as I mentioned earlier, with rook takes h7, your rook is going to be very passive for the time being. Even if it's just for 1 or 2 moves, you don't have the time for this. So that is why Hovhannissian is now spending some time to try to find the most optimal way to handle the position. Okay, we will leave him to it. Let's take a look at... I want to take a look at board 4, what is happening here. The players are also low on time here. David Anton Chiaro against Dimitris Alexakis. Oh, white has a really nice position here on board 4. This rook is on the 7th rank, cutting off the black king. There's no pawns to support the king. Already looking at the position, it makes me feel uncomfortable for black. Despite the fact that black has the bishop pair, the bishops are not able to do that much. They're mostly there to defend. Bishop f7, as I said, defending to try to survive here. But this is already in a winning position now. What is white's plan? I mean, Alexakis was down to 4 seconds there, so it's really difficult to find the best moves here in such a difficult situation, difficult position. And David Anton in the driver's seat. Will he improve the position of the knight, knight to g5? Or will he play rook a7 to collect the a pawn? But then this pawn on a5 is also hanging. And he plays indeed knight to g5 is on the board. Makes a lot of sense because now rook takes a5 is not possible. The rook has to keep defending the bishop on f7. And I think David Anton is very happy with his position. Slowly but surely he will improve his position. The knight is now in the game. And as soon as he gets rid of that bishop on f7, it might become really difficult to defend. Of course, you have to be careful with trades. You don't want to trade anything. You want to trade on your own terms. So you don't want to force anything just yet, because as soon as you start trading pieces, then black can get out of the situation and try to equalize. So an idea I was thinking about is maybe knight to e4, to try to get the knight to f6 and also keep an eye on the pawn on d6. Rook to b4 was played. Okay. It's good to go for a counterattack. So what do we do with the bishop? Or is there a different move that David Anton can do here? I would say bishop c3 feels natural because it's also defended by the rook. So after bishop c3, the rook has to leave. I'm guessing that rook c4 would be the idea, to trade off a pair of rooks. As I said, trades are in favor of black because then it will be easier to equalize. Because since white is the one attacking here, you want to keep as many pieces on the board to try to capture a piece, to try to win it instead of trading it. And also, the more pieces you have, the easier it will be to attack the king. This rook is very important, so that is why Alexakis found this nice idea to trade off the rook with rook c4. As soon as the rook is gone from the 7th rank, black will have more space and more availability to move around with the pieces, free the king, and get to an equal position. So many games are in time trouble, it's amazing. Let's see. Let's jump back to board 2, where we were earlier. A few moves have happened. Let's go back. Here we saw the pawn capture queen g6, queen back to g2. The Pawn c4 is captured. Always good idea to capture pawns. You never know when they will come in handy. Of course, you have to be careful. You cannot capture all the pawns that are available to you. But this seems like a safe pawn to capture. Knight to c5, rook fe1, takes, knight d3. And black has a very active knight on d3. Despite the fact that there are two pawns, the only two pawns on the king side, passed pawns, it is actually black who is pressing here. Rook d2! A huge mistake by Maxime Lagarde. Knight to e1, completely missed, because this is allowing knight f3 check, winning the exchange. Let's have a closer look of this board, because this is a crucial situation. Let's see if we can get the camera on full screen, because this is a very important situation. It might be game over very soon now for Maxime Lagarde. Okay, queen to e4 was played. So queen f1, I'm just making the moves on my board to keep an eye on what is going on. Queen e4. Okay. Wow, queen e4, what a classy move. Such a typical pattern where the knight is on f3, the queen is targeting the king and is lined up directly to attack the king. Knight takes d2 would come with check. Let's see what they're playing. I'm trying to figure out what they played. They're making the move so quickly. So I think this was played knight d2 and f3. Wait, this is not so simple. Oh, you can see Maxime. Oh, you can see on his face he is devastated. He knows that he missed something really badly here. But he might still be surviving, you know? Eduardo thinking. What a tense situation. Knight e2 check was not the precise move, because after f3, is he going to capture f3? No, that's not a... Okay, he can play knight takes f3. It's possible. Crucial moment. We see the spectators around the board. That's when you know that this is a very tense situation. "20 seconds for Eduardo. What is he going to play here?" He takes the pawn, knight takes f3. So obviously, black is up a pawn, but how do you continue the attack? Because with this pawn now here, I think white is able to free up a little bit, because it was much worse a few moves ago. But Maxime is not liking his position whatsoever. I mean, it's so difficult to find a move here. There are so many threats in the position. Knight e2 check, knight h4 is a double check even. Knight e1 is also a double check. There's so many good moves here for black. And they still need to make one more move to reach move 40. This is the final move for both players. Let's see what Maxime plays here. If he finds the right move, he might still be able to hold on for a longer time. But if he doesn't, it's game over. And he plays bishop f4. I was thinking of that move as well because it feels natural, attacking the queen. He got extra time on the clock and he left. He left the board, and now Eduardo might be realizing something. Maybe is he realizing that it's not that winning after all? At least not as much as it was earlier. He's reaching for the knight and he gives the check on e1. Okay, let's put the board back because it's interesting to find out what's going on here. We were only looking at the board essentially to see the players' reaction and how they felt like. But this was the crucial moment because the computer is very unhappy with knight e2. So let's try to figure out what happened here because it seems to be that there has to be something completely winning. Let's take a look. If we look at the candidate moves. So obviously we would like to have the rook on h2. If we can teleport the rook to h2, this checkmate. We have so many moves available. We know that knight e2 is not the move. We have other checks, but I would say they lead to the same problem. Let's say knight d4 check also allows f3 to be played. So that is not helping at all. So after rook e2, could it be that black had to involve the rook somehow? Could it be? Let's say rook f7. It's very hard to believe that that would be the move because, once again, bishop f4 can still be played. So there's something about this pawn that is helping black. Let's see. Knight h4 check simply allows the king to go back, but it's apparently still good. Apparently this is fine too, but it's hard to, it's probably because you just go back and forth to reach the same position. Yeah. Let's go back. Not easy at all. There has to be some line here. In the meantime, all the games have reached move 40, so now we have plenty of time to dive into the positions. What could it be that is completely winning here? It would be ironic if it's any move that is not moving the knight. Maybe it's simply queen d5. Queen d5? Yeah, because we were talking, we saw it in the game, right? Because since knight e2 is played, f3 is possible, attacking the queen. But if the queen is not on e4 but on d5, then all of a sudden, this is a threat, and there's no more f3. Let's say I make a random move, now knight d2 check, and f3 doesn't make sense because you're just losing the queen. So queen d5, and white has no moves. Yes, you can move the queen anywhere, but you're still going to lose a lot of material. Let's say queen h1 for the sake of it, because you want to put the queen into a safe square. You just lose the rook with knight d4 check, and you take the rook on e2. The king has to keep defending the queen. Yeah. Wow. Queen d5, that was the winning move. Winning on the spot. But Eduardo missed it. And it's not a very difficult move. If you give this as a puzzle to any of the players, they will find it in seconds. But it's the tension at the board. It's the tension up to this moment. They're in time trouble. They're stressed. And there's so many factors that weigh in this situation. And it's so tempting to simply play rook, not rook, knight to d2. It's such a natural move. But there's a chance that Eduardo missed something. Either he missed queen d5 simply because he just didn't have time to think, or he thought this was more winning than expected, than what it turns out to be. So after f4, knight takes, knight e1, oh, bishop f4, and knight e1 check. This is the live position. And things are quite tricky here. I have a feeling the knight e1 was played because if the king goes to h2 or d1, you can always go back and repeat. But actually, after king h2, you can also give a check. On h7, Maxime is reaching for a move. He has to move the king because the king is in check by two different pieces. So his queen is not hanging, of course. But he has to find the right square for the king. If king f2, you simply have knight d3 check. And the game goes on, but okay. And he plays king h2. King h2 on the board. And now queen h7 is possible. But the game goes on, you see. Black is up a pawn, has a lot of activity, but it's not so easy to win this. It's going to take a while. It's going to take some time. So yeah, with this big mistake by Eduardo, he might have to work hard to win this game. So let's take a short break, and we will have our dear co-commentator join us after the break.
Super Foundation proudly presents
The Romania Grand Prix, a premium international chess circuit that brings together elite competition, iconic architecture, and the cultural richness of Romania. With a total prize fund of 150,000 euros, the circuit rewards ambition, performance, and excellence across 5 remarkable tournaments hosted in some of the most spectacular locations in the country. The journey begins in Bucharest, beneath the monumental silhouette of the Palace of the Parliament. On May 9th to 10th, Romania's capital sets the tone for the entire circuit. From July 25th to 31st, we arrive in Brașov, in the shadow of the legendary Bran Castle. On August 1st to 2nd, we move to Alba Iulia, inside the historic Alba Carolina Citadel. From August 3rd to 9th, the circuit continues to arrive at the refined Cultural Palace, a pure Art Nouveau landmark that reflects elegance and artistic heritage. On September 12th to 13th, we gather in Craiova at the prestigious Art Museum. More than a tournament series, the Romania Grand Prix is a journey through Romania's most iconic landmarks. 5 tournaments, 5 cities, 1 circuit. We are waiting for you in Romania. Official website www.romaniagp.ro.
powered by Super Foundation.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 6 of the European Individual Championship. I have my co-commentator Alireza Jankovic back here in the studio after his presence in the conference.
Yeah, at the conference. So we are trying to promote chess here on different level, and I believe that this conference was a huge step. I heard about your panel. So it was nice, a lot of attention, mingling, and yeah, I think this is a perfect thing to combine chess with other activities, promotional activity. I was telling my story of my scientific article, chess as a successful, as a powerful tool for successful people, which I presented at one conference, and then to combine it with a lot of celebrities these days playing chess. However, you know, I was there, but I was sort of at the same time eager to find out what's going on in the playing hall. So let's just check how the games are going. I heard from you that there were a lot of, you know, turn of events on board number 2. But how about board number 1?
Let's take a look.
So as I said, Robert is a player who barely loses, but I believe that he needs a free day tomorrow, since this game from around, even from the beginning when he was sort of investing a lot of energy to get the advantage, then he overpushed and got into sort of close to lost position, managed to get it to an equal or slightly worse position according to engine, but to be precise in this position, you need extra energy. So I believe that, he will eat a lot for dinner.
Yeah, we were watching this game and the computer thinks that it's fine for a white, but I would be very worried because of the pawn on b5.
The concept is collect at least one more body and then sacrifice the knight for a pawn.
Right.
So this is actually the concept. However, the thing is we all know this, but how to implement this?
Okay, so that's still the challenge for white.
So let's say king to b2, taking on f5. You play rook f4 or not to push, or you push immediately, since if you take, you are probably getting into lost position. So you sort of need to go back. Okay, this is bad, so I'm doing this in the wrong way, so probably knight e3. You see?
Shaky.
Yes, already, but probably possible. And now you are getting ready to sack, but you don't know when.
Or how.
Yeah. So it's not simple at all. Okay, so this game will take some time. We have knight f5, if I'm not mistaken, on the board, just been executed. b4, a pawn push.
Knight takes g7 or too much?
Which one? Knight
Knight
g7, I
yes.
said it's bad to b3. It must be bad.
Yeah,
So knight e3 is the move.
right. Yeah, it makes sense. Knight e3 is more like a centralized square, giving you options, knight to c4, knight d1. Of course, not right away, but it's good to have those options. And we know that the pawn is heading to b2, so what better square to control than either from c4 or d1 to stop that pawn somehow and try to capture it. So yeah, let's see if he finds the right move, because it's very easy to make a mistake here. But knight e3 feels like a very classy move. It's a very like, don't get too greedy taking all the pawns, but instead take it easy and try to find a way to draw the game.
Yeah, as we mentioned, easier said than done. So I believe that Robert, as I said, will burn a lot of energy now to get the draw. In the meantime, you mentioned that the real roller coaster was Iturrizaga versus Lagarde. I left around here somewhere, a little bit earlier, and it's better for white, but it's obviously too complicated to handle this with the white pieces. So from practical point of view, in practical game, black is not worse. So this is the thing which actually I was mentioning about this Norwegian engine bar, where they are using at the Norway chess, using that from one of the scientists, Mehmet from London, who I met. They are using this also like some human factor, and sometimes you will get evaluation that this position is +1, but Norwegian bar says is 0.20.
Wow.
Yeah, so they have their algorithms, but I would agree that this is not simple to handle. Here it was still fine, and then you mentioned there was a winning move somewhere around here. Yeah. So queen d5.
Yeah, that was a winning move. It took me a little bit of time to figure this out, because it's so tempting to play the forcing moves. But as I realized that after knight e2, f3 was played, why don't we keep the same thread in position and just move the queen back? Because white has no move. And then queen d5 is turns out to be the move.
So black is sort of winning, but is it so simple? As I said, if you would give this position to a player, a grandmaster, who is coming to the board fresh, he would be able to handle. But with so many things, by the way, I think that we have Teodora Ignac finishing her game.
Yes, she just won actually against Gergely Kantor.
Very good result. Big kudos to Teodora. Teodora has 5 out of, no, 4.5. What is her result?
Let's double check because we do not have the score here. She has 5 out of 6.
5 out of 6. I was not sure. Is it 5 or 4.5? Oh,
Yes, she's doing fantastic.
achievement. Yeah. Great result for her. Winning 2 Grandmaster in a row. Teodora was struggling after her fabulous performance at the European Women Individual Championship last year. So she missed a mate in 2
Oh yes, I
against
remember this.
Kirtadze.
Yes, I saw this.
And then she won 9 games in a row. And then clinched the title. And everyone was expecting, I was, the one believing she can get to 25 plus. But then tournament after tournament, Global Chess League, not great. European teams, horrible in Batumi. And now she's back on right track, so I'm glad to see this. She's a great player. She can calculate a lot, very stable repertoire. So it's good to see Teodora Ignac, reigning European champion, winning.
Yes.
Here, Eduardo is thinking. And how about Lodici? It seems that Lorenzo has misplayed it.
Oh wow.
Okay. And suddenly this is a lost position. Is it due to some g6? Okay, not lost. Now engine is sort of, the g6 is not the move. I don't believe that queen c3 is a move.
Yeah, queen
So
of
you
7
need to
is the
do
problem.
something subtle, maybe king e7 now.
Yes. No more threats in the position. It's incredible because Stefansson also had a fantastic result yesterday, beating Alexander Indjic. And if he wins this game, it would be another big result for him. We already had him in the studio. So, yeah, it was really nice to have him here, hear his thoughts. And now he's in a much better position than his opponent. And in a queen end game, I mean, obviously anything can still happen. We've seen the craziest things happen in the queen end games. It's very tricky, but the fact that he has an advantage is already like a really good start. And I mean, it can only, it can get worse very easily for white.
How about Anton? David once again has managed to outplay his opponent.
He's doing it.
Twice, 3 times in the game. And yeah, this looks fantastic coordination. I love the way how he has managed to coordinate his pieces.
Yes, knight is heading to f6, or it's very flexible. Can go to f6, g5, is looking at the pawn on d6. It has so many squares available, so you can choose depending on what your opponent does. But for now, it's his turn. So yeah, let's see what he comes up with.
So knight g5.
But I believe that's where the knight came from.
Really?
Yes. Like it came from h3 to g5 and then e4.
Go here, rook f7, right?
Yeah, that wins.
No.
What? Oh, king f5.
Yeah, I forgot. It's so easy to miss. Yeah, you're right. The knight came from that. Okay, we need to include this rook. So something with that piece. How to do it? Or bishop f6. I don't believe that this is a move. Oops, I pressed something. Sorry. Not really.
Knight f6 is nothing, yeah?
Yeah, king g6, I believe.
Yeah.
It's possible,
Yeah, but it's not making progress. We will need to make progress at some point.
Rook c8, yeah. Yeah, my kids will immediately, when you say at the same time, think they have those three jinx, double jinx. You need to say. If you don't say it, then someone need to tell your name 3 times, and you cannot speak till that moment. So immediately, I was already jinx, double jinx, bubble jinx. I don't know what does this mean, but I already used to fight afterwards if I say it at the same time. Jinx, double jinx, bubble jinx, Coca-Cola jinx. Yeah. So rook c8, yeah, sounds like a move.
I mean, you're attacking the bishop, which is the only defender of d6, which
And
we
now
want
after
there.
bishop g7,
Knight d6.
yes, knight d6 just does the job.
But what if bishop e7?
Rook h8, you're allowing?
Oh.
Okay, maybe. Okay, brave enough.
Yeah, I'm just defending d6, so that was my purpose. Knight g3.
Okay, fair enough.
No!
But the checkmating threat, this is, you need to move the knight somewhere else. But where? Yeah, where will the... So you're threatening to take on h4, I believe? Is this a threat? Okay, let's start maybe with... No, I don't see it. Okay, of course. I was thinking, you're not threatening to take on f4, probably. So if I move my rook, what's your next move? Because now I conquered this 8 rank. I was thinking something like this, and I'm making mistake. Again. I was thinking rook a8, but so tough.
Yes, do you have g4, or is that nonsense?
I would not bet on that. No.
I think there's something concrete here, but...
Okay, let's start with the check. Let's start with that guy. No.
No, not good enough.
So knight should move. If we go, I don't see a point to play knight f2. I really don't see a point. Bishop takes. So moving knight, it's not to the point. So knight g5 is said just king g6.
Yes.
I don't know, I'm speechless. So tough.
Yeah, it's like the knight is well placed, but we need a better square, but it's so hard to
Now
find.
you know which will be the move, probably rook c7, yeah. No, sort of, yeah. And then we are in that position. So this was the position. At least h4 is not hanging.
He did play knight g5 check, I believe.
I was thinking something like that. It's holds the advantage.
Yeah, just take the a pawn and then push
So
a.
knight g5, you think it was played? King.
King G8.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can still play Rook A5, A7, sorry.
Which move? Rook?
Rook A7. To take the pawn. Just play simple chess.
Yeah. This is domination.
Okay.
So let's check other games a bit. So first board we mentioned probably this most likely scenario. Iturizaga is struggling to find the win. Stefansson seems to be winning, but it's not so simple. This one we will follow. Sahidi is holding, although walking on a tight rope. This is a draw. Interesting. Yeah, since Gumulars was sort of totally winning.
Yeah.
Brunello was pressing a bit. Dolchenko, great game. Kudos. From my perspective, that was super tough. Martirosyan, is he winning? Is Engine correctly assessing this position with this knight who cannot go out?
Very good question, because knight G6 and the knight has no squares.
Yes. Is it?
It may just be a draw.
So I don't know, what, A4? Bishop
Okay,
B5?
Yes.
A3, you take, and now what? Waiting. Waiting with the...
Can you play bishop c4, knight f7, knight h6, knight g8? Okay, but you can always defend this pawn.
Okay, now wait, let's say.
Okay, bishop c4, knight f7. It's a big dream.
Okay, king e8.
Knight h6.
Knight?
Knight h6, yes.
Okay.
I don't have any other option. Knight g8. Okay, now I win the pawn.
Yeah, you win the pawn, so I need to go to f8.
Knight g8. Maybe I can bring the king now.
Yes, you bring the king and then go out from g7. So this is the worst scenario. So I need to do something smarter. But what else to do than a4?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I need to have a safe place for the bishop b4, but I don't see. Anyway, what always this knight f7 happens.
Yeah, you always get this king closer. Interesting.
So why this is not winning position? It's sort of still the one to be working on.
Yeah. But I guess white's plan is clear. You don't have anything else to do.
So why f4? Okay. a4 is not the move. I don't see anything better. And I don't see anything better than a3 here. Takes and... to start going...
Allow the knight to come out.
Okay. Can be the way. Although I cannot attack anything. If I go bishop d1, king e1, okay. Yeah, okay, I can.
tricky still. But it's probably the best idea to get the king active.
Very interesting. Yannick is lost in the end. Bjerre playing a great game. Ivanchuk is...
Wasn't he in a much worse position?
He was...
Oh.
He was totally normal, and then he misplayed it.
Oh, and he lost his pawn?
And
No.
suddenly G4, G5 is coming.
Wow.
Darda is very skillful. This is a masterpiece to, from here to outplay your opponent.
Wow.
That's a huge thing. Ilinka is worse against Kazakovsky. Then we had many draws. Ignac's winning. Malek. Really, this is a zeros.
You can't move the knight on G3.
No, this is really like crazy that engine says so simply that this is a draw. Kovalenko, that was a crazy game. Again, draw. Deak, okay, managed to win, at least to get a winning position. Navara losing from Pansulaya. I was telling you about that this is a tough situation for David. However, in David defense, I heard that he had some tough time just prior to the tournament, connected with, as we know, well-known topic. So hopefully he will recover of that. Injic made a draw in the end.
Okay.
Which is something we were not expecting. Muradli is winning. Yufa is showing why in endgames Bishop is much better, much stronger when pawns are 2 weeks, and also here he has an extra pawn. Sochko. Okay, this is interesting. Sochko knows endgames very, very well. Very, very well. So let's see how he was handling this. Okay, so they entered this line. So he knew that he will get this b4 pawn. So he pushed g5. And this is not the best defensive resource. Better is to have pawn on f3. Okay. Although it's still fine. Now he wants to go e4, e5, e4. And let's see, has he managed to do so? Yes, he did. And he will push e4.
Okay.
Andersen, Mats. Hang on, Pichot lost? Yeah. This Ukrainian player is very underrated, I would say.
Oh,
he didn't want to make a draw.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense.
Yes, and he was better. And then this was a huge mistake. Here he actually missed. If you take, probably some queen f5 just wins. King g7, bishop h6.
Oh, wow.
Yes. And then he needed to defend this lost position. So many draws, as I could see. Let's go back to our main game. We have a draw. So Ishikjan versus Hovhannisyan, Robert.
Okay.
It's a draw. Very well fought draw, I would say.
Yeah, that was a very exciting game.
Iturizaga struggling to find the winning concept. Stefansson is having a splendid tournament, and yeah, rook a7, not the best.
I liked it more with knight e4.
Yeah.
Because now maybe there's some rook c5, annoying the bishop a little bit.
Okay, this will end up in a draw, I believe.
Yeah.
Gumulart's not going anywhere. We have, you see, the position in Martirosyan. They're
Wow.
following our footsteps.
The king is so active on d2.
Is it possible to win this position?
Yeah, you don't have that much time because the king keeps going back and forth, annoying the bishop, because if you stay on the diagonal to defend the pawn, the king will follow you, so the bishop has to leave. But then the question is, how do you proceed? How do you involve the knight? Oh, this is so tricky. So how can white make progress here is the question. Because somehow you need to involve the knight, but you also need to involve the king. But the king is tied to defending the a2 square for now. Okay, so knight went to c6. At least it's covering some squares of the king, but king d3 now. Maybe he's going to collect the pawn on a3. He's going to play knight a5, knight c4, and then take the pawn on a3. And then he's moving on to the king side.
What a position. A memorable one.
It's one of those positions, if you manage to convert, it's the most satisfying thing.
There was a really interesting and important game of Martirosyan against Gavrilescu at the European European Team Championship. That was really a true game. You know, to squeeze water out of stone. It was okay. We have a draw. Gumularts can regret not converting.
Yes. He had a great position, but Adar Tarhan surviving with the draw, soon to be Grandmaster.
Yes. With a reason.
Absolutely.
He's playing really well.
Mm-hmm.
Other games, not much is happening. Maybe Darda. Let's check Darda. He's finishing his game. It seems so.
Yeah.
So,
Not many legal moves for white.
Daniel is very skillful in creating chances when there are dynamics. Big congratulations to him. Although he's struggling to make a serious breakthrough more than 2650. If I'm not mistaken, his career high was something like 2640 or something like that. And now he's sort of around 26, not moving forward. Very young.
He did reach 2650, but yeah, he has gone down a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I said 26.
65.
Yeah, it was 76, yeah.
Yeah.
So his opponent is sort of about to resign.
Yeah, and every move is losing on the spot.
In Martirosyan, we have some action.
So he's going to capture the pawn, right? And then he will bring his king over, and
It should be.
the bishop is defending the pawn on g4, and the knight and the king will work together to win f6.
Yeah, and sometimes opposite colors bishops help you because you just move around. So let's check Ivanchuk, how tough the position is. Not so simple. So Chuk is thinking. King g2 was the last move.
Where is the king going after rook a2?
He wanted to go maybe to f4. A living legend, huh?
Yes.
Fabulous player.
So passionate about chess too.
So Ivanchuk is thinking. G5, G6 is coming. That's what's worrying him.
Let's take a look at the game of Aidil Soleimani because he just sacrificed an exchange
Okay.
on board 5.
Ivanchuk just moved the rook to a5. Is it rook a5 the move?
Yes. Okay.
So you mentioned Sahidi.
Yes.
Oh, rook e6
And it's zeros.
because of queen e1, queen a1, and then taking on e6. So queen a1, king h2 takes, and this is draw position. Don't ask me why.
It's on the board.
Yes, if you take immediately, then you're lost. So that's why.
Such a subtle difference. Maybe
don't
he
see
still plays
anything.
on with a7.
Yeah, but I think that black will have enough counterplay for some perpetual. Also, let's say if you go a7, I cannot take on c6 because queen e7, you won't take, you won't enter this drawish stuff. So after a7, probably rook c7 or no? What should I do? Queen a6? No, you're threatening. Queen
Yeah.
g7, but then you go. Yeah, I can maybe go even queen g7. Okay, it requires some calculation.
Not so easy. But Aiden is pretty low on time, actually. Queen g7 played?
Yeah, I was thinking queen g7.
Wait, but the pawn is still on a6 if I...
He didn't push.
Let's see. I see the pawn on a light square still.
Some queen e7, queen g7 was
Yes.
played.
He's probably accepting the draw.
Okay, but how?
Queen takes c6?
Queen c7.
Knight e5.
Okay. Not so drawish.
Yeah, he's reaching for the pawn. He takes it.
Queen e6.
This exchange sacrifice was, by the way, not necessary at all. But maybe he missed something. Maybe he thought this was winning.
Now I don't believe that queen c7 is a move. Something smart is needed. Hang on.
Can you play rook a8?
Not simple at all. Queen c7. Knight e5 is something I don't want to do. So I will stay away from that. So I'm thinking now to use this tempo to do some move. So.
Okay, but the rook is hanging.
Rook is hanging, sorry.
Yes.
If I go rook f8, with the ideas of queen c7, rook f2, he gave check queen c7. Looks a little bit imprecise to me. Knight e5. And rook to g8. Okay. However, giving some open hands to white a bit.
Maybe f4 now to free the knight.
h4, something like that. He doesn't need to hurry.
Yeah, this knight is in a really nice square, but I can imagine it's not easy to make any progress here with white. This pawn on a6 is not really going anywhere. He does play f4.
Yeah, but if we would not know the evaluation, it sounds like 2 pawns, this distant passer, knight centralized, it should be +2 for white. And engine says it's a dead draw.
Yeah, maybe it's not so easy still because you want to play f5 and then the king is open again.
Okay, but what are the moves of black? What does black do?
I guess you have to just stand with rook g7 now.
Looks scary.
Yes.
Indeed looks scary. Suleimanli, very long time. We can go even full screen since we have this nice angle.
Yep, rook g7 plate. And what is he going to do? Is he going to play f5? The problem with f5, it releases the defense of the knight. The knight will be pinned again. So I'm not sure if he is ready to play f5. He moves the queen to f6. Okay. Keeping up the pressure. I really like it. So what's the plan after rook g8, I wonder? Because I assume rook g8 will be played. Or at least that's... You need to know what to do after rook g8.
We have a result behind Martirosyan has won the game.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
amazing
really,
technique.
Yeah. Since like around here, it was nothing special. Let's bring the board. So it was nothing special, but he made it look so easy in the end. Big kudos to Haik. Knight h8, fabulous stuff. Yeah, what a game. I don't know, maybe engine is not the best one to say, is it lost or What do you think?
I think it's losing because you're simply grabbing the pawn a3, and I don't think black had any other choice.
But why then this is not +4 or something?
I don't know. Opposite color bishops. It's this one of those positions where as you make more moves down the line, then the evaluation goes up and up because it sees, oh, like it's actually completely winning. I think something like this. Because you still need to make a lot of moves to make progress. That's also what happened in the game. That's my theory.
Okay, let's check Ivanchuk. Vasily holding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, such a difficult position.
Yes, exactly.
Because on one hand, I would say, oh, maybe black is the one pushing because two passed pawns, rook and bishop can work together. The king on g2 is exposed, unable to hide anywhere. But at the same time, white still has this pawn majority on the king side, and that can come in handy. Queen d7 is defending the pawn at 5 now, and white is ready to play g5. So it's very tricky. Will he defend the bishop with king g8 or move the bishop? At least the rook on e5 is very well placed. I believe he already made the move. I think... Do I see the bishop on d5? I think so. I think Vasil gave a check. Yeah, I think I see the bishop on d5, so bishop d5 was played, and now white has to move the king. Where will the king go? g3, makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this is where white is getting ready to play g5, and once you have g5 and f5 is well defended, it's getting really difficult to defend this because the focus is on attacking the king on h7. The queen and the pawns can work really well together. I don't think the king will enter the attack because you have to be really careful with that. The bishop can always give a check on the light squares. And now he played bishop e4. Yes, he's covering the f5 pawn. So after g5, he will take with bishop takes f5. But now he probably... Does he have king f4? No, he takes the pawn on e7. Okay. I'm sensing that there's something more than queen takes a7, but I'm trying to figure out what it is.
So g5, it's too early.
What about h5
h5,
now?
I was thinking.
And then g5.
Yes.
Well, at some point.
Okay, yeah. This should have been played. So he took on a7.
Ah, and you have queen f7 and h6.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. That's why the bishop is necessary on d5.
Yeah, so for example, h5, what? I don't know.
Move the pawn.
Checkmate.
Yes, beautiful.
This one or that one. But after queen a7, it's not so simple.
He might still have the chance to do this.
In the meantime, Lagarde,
Wow.
don't know what to say.
The game keeps being prolonged for longer.
Stefansson is winning.
Wow.
Playing hall looks empty, you know?
Yes.
And David Anton. So players are winning on top. Zahidi not a simple position. These are of our interest, that's it. Kovalenko has something changed here. He's still fighting, Deak should be winning. I believe that not much has changed. And that's basically it. Okay, we have Costa and Andersen, Mats. They are still playing. Sochko, that Rook's endgame.
Still drawn, but
Yeah.
okay.
Yufa is winning. Very nice technique. And Deak still needs to work against Paichadze, but it seems to be winning. So let's stay at our main board. So which game to follow?
They're all interesting.
Yeah.
Is there still a chance for White to make a draw here? I think it's getting tougher because the pawn on e5 is not really helping much. If you play e6, it's easier to lose the pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, and black is threatening to exchange the queens at some point. So I would say that there is no chance that Vignir will let him off the hook.
Yeah. Yeah, would be a big win for Stefansson.
I cannot resist not to watch Ivanchuk. So let's get back with the camera there. Cannot resist.
Yeah, Ivanchuk still has 6 minutes, but
Deak is standing up, as you can see. Behind every move, he will stand up. Nerves. Maciej Bartos is there.
is there any way for Black to play bishop takes f5 and go for a fortress there?
That's a draw with the G pawn.
But not with h.
Not with with the G pawn of black. Hang on. Yeah, you said now I need to think a little bit. Hang on. So F pawn is lost, but 2 pawns. Black has 2 pawns. Good question. The position is drawn when black has pawn on f7, king on g7, and you have a h pawn. And then you stay with rook h6, rook e6. This is drawn. With the f6 pawn, I don't believe it's a draw. Also, okay, only if we could exchange those two guys, and then with g7 it's a draw. But here, I don't believe that it's a draw. I think if he plays now, bishop f5, g takes, rook h5, queen b6. Okay, so now this would be lost.
No, but this is table base.
But with the g, it's a draw, right?
Yeah, this is 0, it's table base.
Why? Why it's a draw? How do you defend? You just wait with g6, or what?
Yeah, maybe you try to...
g6 is not the best move. Okay, rook e5 maybe. Engine is just laughing with me. By all means. You see, whatever move I play, it says that I'm making mistakes. So
Do you have g5?
Rook
No,
h.
but no, then you lose the rook.
And then? And this is a mistake. Oh, I don't get it. You sure that we can check with table
King
base?
g6?
Hmm?
Do you have king g6?
Not really. He took. Vasily took.
Wow, he took.
Yes. Oh, what a moment.
Oh, this is exciting. Yes, rook h5 is the only drawing move.
But why?
Maybe because you tried to play g5 and trade? Okay, not immediately, but at some point.
I know that it's lost.
Wow.
No. Hang on. So g5 if you play and get into the rook g5, you will lose this position because queen comes to f8. And this is lost. So, for example, let me show.
Queen takes.
Take you. He played rook e5, which is losing, right?
He did?
Yes.
Oh.
So if Vasily who spent, so after queen b6, let's say that you play g5, takes, and this position. According to the table base, it should be lost. I know this.
Yes.
Yeah, I spent some time in that in that field. So I think they maybe engine is saying incorrectly. So which is the only move?
So rook h5.
But why? What's the catch? So king g4.
Rook h6.
I was thinking about rook h6, but said and f5, and this is the position which is drawn as well, right?
Wow, yes.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. Queen
No.
b5.
Really?
Yes. And then you have the position you said was draw, right?
Yeah, I was said with the f7 pawn is drawn, but it's also with the g pawn. Oh, come on, this is hard. He will lose this one, right? But why this is winning?
Good question. G4. Yeah, I guess you don't have this motive. And if you don't have this motive, then it's just losing, which is incredible. But maybe there is a chance that this motive arises again, that he gets the opportunity. But okay, like if you have to put the rook on h6, it's crazy. But both players are low on time. Anything can still happen. Very tense endgame. Ivanchuk fighting to make a draw. Kachirava has played such a good game. And here, king f4 was played. Still losing. It's one of those endgames you rarely get, but when you get it, you have to know how to win. So I'm really curious if Kachirava manages to convert this. For now, he's still winning. But apparently queen b1, so rook c5 was played, I believe. And if queen b1 check is a draw.
Crazy. I'm in disbelief. Okay, this game will take some time. Just briefly check. Iturizaga, it's a draw.
Wow, after all of that,
Yeah.
what happened in this game? Oh, Eduardo will not be
Yeah,
happy.
resistance is unbelievable high with those players. Let's go to the first, our top board. It will be a draw.
Wow. Yeah, so white will just keep giving checks. And, oh, result on board 5.
He lost.
I didn't won.
He lost. Yeah, I think that was.
The invincible knight. Wow.
He couldn't handle this.
Oh no, what a mistake. Oh.
But here already it was challenging to survive. So probably,
Check?
okay, check king g3. I don't believe check is the right
No,
way.
I meant queen d3.
Yeah. Ah, you mean queen d3, sorry.
Yes, yes.
My bad. Yeah, that was the move. Queen. Knight f6 is coming, so we need to move the rook. Where? c7. Then knight f6, knight a7.
Yes.
Knight f6, king g7. And life goes on.
It's not easy, but I do have to say 12 minutes is enough time to figure this out. So h5 was a bit too quickly played.
Stefansson has won the game. Fantastic achievement
Wow.
for Vignir.
He does it again.
Yeah. An awesome result. So winning versus Alexander Ingic, now versus Lodici with black pieces. That was huge.
Yes.
Big kudos to him, and he's a leader.
Yes, he is.
He is probably a solo leader. Big kudos to him.
Very well done.
Ivanchuk, in the meantime, is coming to h6, but why is now again a draw?
Queen b1 was played.
Is it drawn?
Yes.
Why?
I guess the same idea as before.
King h7, rook h6.
Yeah. F5.
Let's say if I go queen h... but now g5 is coming, or if I protect. No. Let's say queen b4.
I think f5, yeah, f5.
f5. Come on.
Oh, he can also
will
play
never
king
play
g6 or
f5.
king h7.
He will never play f5 here. Believe me.
Okay, king h7 on the board. So he found this idea to put the rook on h6, after all.
Did he?
I would expect it because he put his rook on h5. Or maybe he's just attacking the pawn on h4. So let's say you defend with, I don't know, queen g3.
Rook e5. He just played.
Oh.
After queen b8, rook e5. After queen b8, rook e5.
I believe there was another move because there was king h7 first. White played another move.
I think he played king e4, rook e5, king f4, something like that.
His pawn is hanging though. Yeah, I think he played queen g3 and then rook e5.
Okay.
It's not good. Oh, it is good, sorry. Because king d4 is not good.
King d4 is bad.
King f4 or king f3? I guess because the king is now permanently cut off.
Yes, exactly.
You just move the king.
Yeah, now it's a dead draw.
Wow. Just king h6.
Queen g4,
Can I go back?
h5.
Okay.
Rook g5. Tough.
Wow, what an endgame. There's so much to look at chess, so many things to look at. And this is one of those endgames that, okay, I should check this probably, but when will I get this open, get the
exactly.
endgame on the board?
Exactly.
And then you regret it, but yeah. It's such a rare endgame as well.
Yeah, the thing is, with openings, you know that you need to have them. With endgames, you would love to have them, but you don't know, do you need them? That's an issue.
Yeah.
However, you know, when you're getting confidence, when you're good in endgames, you see familiar things, you feel proud. You know, I know something about it.
Yeah.
And usually when you work on your endgames, you tend to, you know, tend to mix things and you start to play worse, but then afterwards your knowledge just explodes.
He finds once again rook h5. King h7. It's so amazing to see Ivanchuk play.
What an endgame.
Amazing. And yeah, no more winning chances for white. Queen goes to f4. Okay, he can still play a lot of moves that are draw. He plays
Rook e5.
rook a5. Okay, that's good. King d3. Oh, we have a result.
Lagarde,
Makes
Iturizaga.
a draw.
It's a draw. What a game.
Wow. Lagarde really got away with this. He was dead lost.
So, Stefansson, sole leader.
Yeah?
David Anton still playing and he's burning a lot of time.
But it looks much more clear, I think. Because he has a passed pawn. Black's king is still weak. There's much more space for white's pieces than before.
In the same time here, Black is having a drawish position. And Kovalenko still playing.
Wow.
Sochko we mentioned.
Still a draw.
Yeah, it should be a draw. Think that this is so easy for white?
Let's say king a3. I don't allow you any check.
King f6.
Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, yeah, it was a trade. That's a little bit unpleasant. Okay, then at least I can play king. Like, instead of king a3, I should probably move my king to a2.
Okay.
It's just on the board. And then king takes f6.
It seems that he gave check on c2. And then took on f6 to
Okay.
be sure that he will collect the g pawn.
Makes sense. Let's see how to win this. Because I don't want to push the a pawn. It's just yet. It feels dangerous with the king on a3. The life board will catch up very soon.
Yeah, exactly. So he just moved the rook.
I think he gave a check on d6. Yes. Okay, I think he played rook d6 to play a6 and support the pawn, which makes sense. Or maybe, rook b6. He wants to play rook b6, so the king is free. Okay, now I see the division. I see the vision, and I'm confident that David Anton is going to win.
At the same time, Ivanchuk, yeah, he's quite confident in drawing.
Yeah.
King
Okay.
f7.
Mm-hmm. Rook b6 is still winning.
Yeah, and probably he will go for it.
Wow.
Will he go for it? Rook to
time.
b6.
Yes.
And
He's reaching for it. Oh, that's
Oh.
amazing.
very good move. What a move.
Yes. He can capture the rook on e8, but then the b pawn prevails. And the pawn is unstoppable.
Yeah, now Dimitris is aware that chances are slim.
Yes, and as soon as the king goes out of the a file, it's over. Like, the passed pawn on the a file is too much, and it becomes really difficult for black to find counterplay. Maybe he can try rook c7 and then give checks on the c file, but the king will get out. And the rooks will support, obviously.
So rook a7, or no, rook d7.
Okay. Rook e4?
Yeah, he will go back.
Yeah, rook e4 should be lights out. Both players are playing on seconds. Oh, we have a spectator in front of the camera. Yes, rook e4 played. Taking the pawn on f4 with check. Supporting the king. This cannot go wrong anymore. Okay, rook d1. At least he can take the pawn right away with check. But maybe he doesn't want to allow the king to get closer. Let's see. Yeah, he grabs the pawn. Rook d1? Oh, d2. Ah. Okay. King e7 played. Okay, David Anton, what is the winning plan that you're going for? Because now he has 3 pawns, but the rooks of black are very active, and he probably has to zigzag his way out of this. Indeed, he goes king b4, because as soon as the king reaches a safe square such as a6, that's it. Final destination reached. You can get to b7 this way, and that should be easily winning. Let's see black's defensive idea. What can he still try to do? He goes for rook a2. Trying to stop the pawn, although it's still possible to push the pawn, but probably not. Oh, and it's actually not a good move at all. So rook a2 is stopping the pawn from moving forward. Okay, still a little tricky. If you play king b5, rook d5 check, and you lose the pawn. But okay, with the king active, it should be winning anyway. Rook b5. Oh, wow.
Still fine enough. He wants to leave the space for his king.
King c5, king b6. Very nice technique.
Ivanchuk is, by the way, still playing.
They're going to play for a while, but it should
Yes.
be a draw now.
Kazakuski is still playing. Kovalenko still playing. Sochko probably will end up in a draw. Kostavi winning.
Was that king d6? I believe king d6 was played. Oh, check. He
Okay.
plays rook b6 check.
So he is not
Interesting.
sure where to go.
Makes sense. He is low on time. His opponent is setting up quite some tricky moves. Now, will he go back to e7 to let David Danton figure it out again? Or is he going to play king c7? I would say king e7 would make sense to play here. Just instantly, just for the sake of it, so that your opponent still has no time to think. Oh, he plays king e5. Wow. Okay, king e5 on the board.
Okay, he's trying to create some mess.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e4, king b5. Rook
But I think that's what white wants.
c4.
Because you
rook
can play
e4.
king b5. Rook e4 check. If king d5, now you have king b5 and you can escape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, after king d5, king b5, there is no more check on d5.
Mm-hmm. I wonder why David Anton was not bringing the king in earlier. But I guess after rook, so king f5 on the board, rook b5 check, and then he can bring the king to b6 again. Now the king is completely cut off again of black. He plays rook b5 check. And now the king is heading to b6 or c6, somewhere safe. King f6. Okay. Is he going to move the king up? It would make sense. He could also capture the h-pawn, but is that really necessary? I don't think so. Just bring the king up. And he goes for it. King to c5. King is going to support the a-pawn. Rook d8 is played immediately. Alexakis is not giving up. He's not making it easy for his opponent.
Yes, I like this. I like this a lot. In the meantime, I'm checking what's going on. Not much. Kovalenko still playing Ilinka. This will take forever. Ivanchuk. Okay, a little bit different dynamics, but not too much, I will say.
Tough. Oh, he gave a check, rook f4. So he's allowing the king to get closer. That's interesting. I wonder what his idea is.
Repeating. This is the idea.
But king e6 was played, right? I'm getting stressed for David Anton because he's really making it close. It's one of those positions that you know you're completely winning, but good luck finding the winning plan or finding the winning sequence. Okay, he gives a check again. He's really living on the edge with his time. I saw some 30 plus seconds, so yeah, he needs to make his moves faster because this is getting very scary. Oh, 13 seconds. Oh, David Anton, this is making it so close. No, he's not going to make another check, right? Okay, he plays rook to b4. Rook to b4? Uh-huh. Ugh. Very scary moves, but it should still be fine because he can always cover. So the king is heading to the a file once again, but then the rooks can cover the checks. So that's a clever idea, I think. Did he make his move with 2 seconds? He did, I think. Playing all slowly, getting very empty. But still, on the top boards, we see some games still being played. We have quite some long games today, which is very exciting, as this is the halfway mark of the tournament. We're round 6. And yeah, with 5 rounds left, every point counts. So the players fight until the very end, which is very nice to see. Oh, he takes the pawn.
Okay. Interesting approach.
Time for a6?
Somehow to exchange the rook. This would be the best.
You can have my rook, I take your rook.
King b6.
Sochko ended in a
In the
draw.
meantime, Ilinka Kozakowski ended in a draw.
Sochko also played a draw.
See Henry Tudor walking around.
Rook a2 back.
Some of the results grandmasters are winning. Varmedram, Pultinevicius, Arch, they won the game. Mustafa Elmas another draw, which he won't be happy with. Kurkulos is slowly getting back to top. Petrus Emanuel as well. Elham Amar, Samunenkov. Royal Shraz, we haven't seen him on top. Petkov Momchil will come closer. Bojan Maksimovic. Šubel, Slovenian Grandmaster. Emre Can lost versus Romanian player. We know him from the first rounds. Andersen won, Finek won. Jufa won in the end.
This game's still going on and it's still not that clear.
Yes. Crazy effort by both players.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Rook b8 to try to trade rooks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he can put the other rook on b5, move the king, push the pawn. Slowly but surely. He moves the rook. It's the worst to keep playing a lost position. You know that you're losing,
Yeah, it's,
but you're
you
not
see
going to
some
resign.
small light in the tunnel, and then again.
No. It's the worst because you know you're going to lose, but this is not a position to resign.
Yeah, exactly.
You still keep fighting, but you know that the result is
But now I
most
think
likely not changing.
when he built up this shield for the king, I think then it's over, since he will just like defend with his rooks.
King e7. Okay. He can take the pawn on h5 and then slowly build this checkmate pattern with two rooks on different sides. But no, he gives a check, which makes sense. And he's ready to play king a7, a6, and continue this pattern until the pawn promotes. Wait, did he play king? King d6. Okay, there's no check. There's no skewer check. He's taking the pawn, yeah. I was gonna say, he's probably able to take that pawn easily now. And no, he pushes the pawn. I was so sure he was going to take the pawn on h5, but no, he plays f4. If one pawn is not moving forward, we try the other pawn. We try to move the other one. And it makes sense because next is f5, f6. You can not take this pawn with the rook because then the rooks will be traded. Okay, what did he do? Oh, I think he hasn't moved yet.
Ten seconds, huh? And rook to d4.
Time for f5. Oh, but then the h pawn drops. But do we mind it? Probably not. Okay, but you do have to be careful for some crazy fortress. Okay, rook check. Ah, he's forcing the rook trade. King c5, rook c7 check. And then the rooks will be traded. Now it's clear that it's over. King d5. And rook d7. Will he resign now? No, king c5. Rook b5 check. And then trade rooks, and then take the pawn h5, and that's it, lights out. But of course, Avidanton wants to win in the best way possible, the easiest way. And with a minute on the clock, he will figure it out. Okay, he trades immediately.
Mm-hmm. A normal way to go, I believe.
He's just going to push the f-pawn, I think. And if black tries to stop the f-pawn with the rook, then the a-pawn will continue. Wait, he took the pawn?
What?
Huh?
Really?
Yeah? What?
Resigned.
Okay.
Okay, didn't get it. And Ivanchuk. Is still playing.
Oh? Wait, what happened?
Okay, this he will lose this.
Wait, what?
He's lost.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go with the camera there.
Oh, taking the pawn was the mistake. Unbelievable.
He took the pawn, rook h4, and allowed king to march.
Oh, that's why. Oh
Now
no.
he's lost.
No, that's a heartbreaker.
Ooh. Yes, let's stay with the camera. It's not about the position now.
Oh no.
But big kudos to Kacharava.
Wow. So what is the threat now? Is he just going to pick up the g7 pawn?
Yeah, and then when the pawn is on f6, it's lost, although I know that it's not so simple. There was a game, Volokitin Movsesyan, where I think Movsesyan was playing for a win, or it was vice versa, and then I think he won in the game with rook and a pawn, something like that. I'm curious. Let me see if
Or
I
are we
can...
going to have a queen against rook endgame? Yes, he is going for the g7 pawn. And now white is trying to capture the next pawn. He plays check. Okay. Black has to stay on the light squares, although you can also play king f4. Actually, no, that also loses the rook. Oi, oi, oi. He has to play king... Oh, king... Oh, wait. Was he about to play king g5? I think he played king g6 instead. Is this losing material on the spot? Let's figure it out. So queen d3 check. No, you always cover the check with the rook at least. Let's see how he will give the check. I think queen d3 makes most sense. He tried to get a fork to the king and the rook. So he goes for... Okay, queen d3 is on the board. We can keep the camera large because there's not many pieces on the board anyway. It's very easy to follow, fortunately.
This is lost. The point is first that queen should kick the king, but here already king is, and then you start like forcing pawn to move. But here I think it's even easier. It's just dead lost. Because he can just keep the pin.
He's just going to push the king to the edge, and then there's checkmate ideas.
King h8.
f8.
King h8. King h6, sorry. Will Vasily played, but it's not. King g5 at the end. King f7, queen g3, that's it. Game over. Yes, Vasily is aware.
He knows. He resigns. Wow. Oh no, what happened? Well,
Henry Tudor, Pajchadze, Zhegorz, the main organizer, one of the main organizers, together with Lukas Tolej. They are checking the games. Arbiters, they are checking the analysis. And Vasily needs to check it. He won't leave so fast.
they need to sign the score sheets because the arbiters are waiting.
He won't leave so fast. I know this.
Wow. What an amazing win for Kacherava.
This is spectacular.
Amazingly played by both players, but Kacherava fought until the very end. And there we see the realization of Ivanchuk. Yeah, he took the pawn voluntarily.
Yes.
There was no need to take the pawn.
Oof.
Oh.
Arbiter are very respectful towards him. Now sort of, but he won't go up from the board so easily.
It's just amazing to see. We got a front row seat on the analysis of the players.
He doesn't hear arbiter is saying that you should go and analyze in another area. He doesn't hear. He doesn't hear at all. What a moment. Chess above everything. Analysis above everything. I know Vasily, for him, this is now the most important thing, to find the conclusion. He needs to find the conclusion. Nothing else is important. A dinner or whatever, he needs to find a conclusion.
Yes, and it's so amazing to see such a passionate player.
The playing hall is empty. No more games. only Vasily, yeah. Oof.
Wow. We don't hear the audio, but we
Yes.
can just hear
Yeah.
it from seeing it.
Delega is coming.
It's coming through the screen.
Yes, as a chief arbiter. So, they are playing Blitz.
Yeah, I was thinking they're playing another game. They're
Yeah,
trying
they-
to stop the analysis.
Yes. It's not so simple though. But they need to do it because Vasily will stay forever here. But the fabulous game, you know, it's so complicated. Those light squares, bishops, and everything. Oof. The opposite colors, bishops, and
Yes.
everything. It was really. Then this sacrifice, which was great defensive resource by Vasily to sacrifice the piece to get this fortress.
Yes. He was so close to the draw. He was so close, and he just missed it by the tiniest bit. And now he's reeling from this. Wait, there's still the game going on.
Yeah, Kovalenko, we can stay with this angle a little bit more to the left, and we will have everything. Vasily seated and Kovalenko, if we zoom a bit, and Kovalenko playing.
Wow.
Let's bring the board to show the current state of affairs. This will end up in a draw, but who knows?
Do you think there's a way to win here?
Don't believe. I don't see this is a fortress, but maybe black is trying to find
Yeah,
a way.
maybe black is trying to win, right?
Typical Kovalenko. Okay, he's trying. Kovalenko, fabulous player, but struggling a bit here. Although he's trying, you know, if you manage to get the knight on b5, press on a3, who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine he's trying to win this.
Yeah, for sure. We know him.
They've played over 100 moves now. And finally, Ivanchuk stands up. Time to watch another game.
Yes. Chess above everything.
I would run to the hotel trying to find food still while it's possible at this late time. But no, he's still there in the playing hall. And he's still there, as if it's just the middle of the day. The games are still going on. Full playing hall.
Cannot say that I'm surprised.
He likes doing this. He likes walking around after the game. Even if there's only one game playing.
Many arbiters, organizers, representatives. Blitz mode.
Yes, we're here for it. King to A1 though. I have a hard time believing that that's the plan. I guess the king is trying to get away from any knight check, but king on A1.
He needs to go to D5 since
Knight to D5.
Yeah,
Oh, what
knight-
an angle. I love this.
yeah, knight also controls some stuff.
Once the knight is on C3, it's almost over. So that's why queen C1 defends the square still. Perfect view. For the person that likes 2D chess more than 3D, this is maybe not so fun.
Yes.
But this, for us, this is amazing view. We see all the pieces that we need to see. I would be worried here with white. I don't think this was supposed to happen. But for now, it's still fine. This reminds me of Aydin's game, Suleimanli, how he won his game out of nowhere with the knight and the queen, but now there's knight and rook. It's equally scary, given the king's position.
Olenko thinking and getting low on time. Can he find something?
It's scary because the rook is not defended, so if you make too risky moves, you might lose the rook. So you cannot push too much. Question is if king d4, if that drops the c6 pawn or not. I think it does. It's looking very scary. He plays king d6. Safe option. And why not? Because there's a check. There's a check on h6, which might be played. It's on the board. I wonder what Kovalenko's plan here is. Okay, rook f6. Ah, he's going to push the c-pawn simply.
Yeah, but this is actually quite a valid plan. I'm not sure that that white will handle this. Queen c1, this is a defensive resource, and rook f4.
Stopping the checks.
Stopping the checks, preparing c5, as you mentioned. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You have table bases?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Of 8 men?
Yeah.
This is open source or something? This is very strange.
Probably.
This is some new feature. Because it was 7 men before, now you have 8.
I think it's partially solved with 8. And this happens to be one of the positions.
Crazy. And it's a draw.
Yes.
We will update you if this won't be a draw. So queen e1 still in a drawing zone.
Mm-hmm. Time for c5?
Yeah. Why not? He will push it.
Yes. There it is. I mean, if white does nothing, it's very scary.
Yeah, exactly.
So I wonder what white needs to do to make the draw happen. What is white going to play? I like queen d1. But then there's rook d4.
Queen 2.
Oh. e8, okay. Still
Still-
fine. If c4, the a4 pawn drops, so you have to be careful.
But can you take it? Rook f1.
King b2.
Only move c3 and nothing. Really? Hang on. c3 and then?
Can play any move.
Yeah, but play it. You will see. It's not simple at all. So rook b1. Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's a draw, but anyway, for a player with the white pieces.
With less time, played already for so many hours, the players are tired, anything can happen. The knight is a very tricky piece. Playing against the knight with little time is, one of the worst situations to be in chess. It's like the arbiter was trying to make eye contact. Okay, he plays rook d4. Okay. Why is he? He was shaking his head for some reason. I wonder why. Queen d8 check. King c6. Ideally, black wants to play knight c3, rook d2. That is the way. Queen f8 is played. Okay. King is marching forward. King c4. Now this is getting exciting. What? He's dropping the a4 pawn. I just realized.
I told you. This is the concept. King c3 or king. Yeah. But hang on. Queen a5. No, I cannot do it. But so king d3. But it's a draw anyway. After queen a4, it's a draw, right? I think that we will have a final moment very soon. What to do now? If this, queen a5. Ah, he's counting on this trick.
Oh.
But still, it's not enough. So still not so simple. Will he take it or not?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he might be seeing a line that looks like it's losing, and that's why he would not go for it. And also, Kovalenko played it so convincingly, he might believe his opponent and not take the pawn.
He's thinking. Okay,
There's other moves.
Other moves are also fine enough. However, you want to take on a4. Since after that, if you take on c5, d4, you know, you can sacrifice the queen for the rook. So you want to get rid of pair of pawns. No.
Nope. Queen e2 check. Goes king b3, queen b2, or queen a2, and the checks keep going. King c3 is on the board. There are some moves that are losing, but obviously they're not very logical to play. But for example, queen e8 back is already lost. Okay, king b1. Interesting move, still drawn.
Allowing this king b3, knight b4 stuff.
Wait, but king b3 is mate.
No, I was...
Rook d2. Okay. Oh, queen e5 check is losing.
Queen?
Queen e5 check.
Oh. That's...
Okay, it makes sense. King b3 and knight c3. Actually, it's not that clear. Wait, queen e5
Yeah, this is a
check?
good test. What do you do now? Where do you play?
Oh, this is knight c3 switch check. Okay, because the king is down.
This is a good test. I don't know what will he do now. Not as simple at all. Now I would say that there is a chance, bigger chance that Kovalenko wins this one.
That's a bold prediction.
I believe that black will win now. Queen, where? e1, still fine?
Still fine.
However, now knight jumps.
Wow. King d3, okay.
Yes.
3 moves that make a draw. And it's all checks or king a1? It makes sense because knight c3 check is the threat.
King, queen g3 will be played.
Wait, the players are getting extra score sheets, I think, because they cross move 60 or like move 120
120, yeah.
for the second time. Queen f1 check, okay. Yeah, this is not looking like progress will be made because king c3, you just go back to e1. Maybe he will triangulate somehow, but I don't believe in it. Okay, king d4. King c1, still fine. Wow. He has to move the rook, otherwise he loses the rook. He cannot defend with the king. So rook. Where goes the rook? Rook a2? He can even play rook c2. But rook c2, just king b1. Actually, wait, that's fine. That's fine. What a tense endgame. And his opponent, Paul Velton, defending amazingly. D3 played. I'm not sure anymore if black can make progress.
Exactly. Queen F2.
King C3 is losing. It's mate on.
Dropping the rook.
Yeah, oh yeah, dropping the not mate. It might be mate too.
Yes, actually it's a mate on B2, you're right.
Okay. Okay, just king c4. But yeah, how will you make progress here now? All the arbiters are waiting. Ivanchuk is still there. Wait, he played knight e3. Okay. Wow, queen e2 is lost. Oh, it makes sense because rook d1. Yeah, there's some tactics in this position, but it should be easy to spot those tactics, but then the question is what is the right move to not blunder those tactics? Just check. When in doubt, give check. So amazing to see all these organizers, arbiters standing around the board because it's the final game.
Queen B2.
Okay. Still fine.
No, King B2.
Oh, king b2, sorry.
Yes.
Right,
still.
because the knight is pinned. Check. b3.
What else to do?
c4. He's going for it. I like it because this is making things much more difficult for white. With c3 incoming, the king is getting more and more restricted. But at the same
Where
time,
will you hide? Yeah. Okay, he's planning to hide somewhere.
maybe around.
Queen F4.
Queen f6.
Queen F6.
Okay, king e4.
Yes.
Instantly played. Checks from the side, queen h4. Oh, queen g6, okay. King f3, yes. Queen h5. Will he play knight g4? You have to somehow break the checks. No, king g3, okay. Maybe then after he will play knight g4. He has to find a way to stop the checks because otherwise they keep happening. Queen e5 check. King where? G2, okay. He's slowly getting there. Somewhere safe. Queen e4. King g1. This king is on an adventure. Slowly, white is running out of checks. Queen g6 is the only check.
Okay, king will land to e1 and then he's counting on some knight f1.
Mm-hmm.
Imerchuk will, of course, after this game, discuss their game with the players.
Wow, we went from full playing hall, 500 people, to just 2 players sitting down at the board. Amazing view. And white is still thinking. King c1. That's very creative. Giving up
Really?
the pawn. It's still a draw, but I'm not sure how safe this is.
What a move. King c1.
Well, I guess it's the only move that stops c3. Which is progress, but the downside is that the a3 pawn drops. Kovalenko with 4 minutes on the clock has, I would say, quite a lot of time. It feels like this is a time scramble situation, but they're making the moves quickly. And it's good to stack up the time. Every single move you get 30 seconds added to your clock. So when you make those moves quickly, it can stack up quite fast. Whereas his opponent, Paul Velten, is, he has, it's been difficult to find good moves on his end. He has to survive, defend here. So he's still hanging around with 1 minute on the clock. And it's important to have a few minutes of time for this one crucial moment where maybe you can make progress, maybe you need it for this one moment to find a win or the only way to draw. So this is why Kovalenko is now taking his time, because King c1 is such an unexpected move. It feels like optically it's giving black chances, but it's still a draw, theoretically. But is that the case in practice? Is he going to take the pawn or not? We see Ivanchuk still walking around.
That's awesome. Crazy.
Wow, Kovalenko's still thinking.
Mm-hmm.
That burned his clock quite a bit.
Yeah, he's trying to keep the game going, sort of not going all in. Since you need to, wait for the mistake of your opponent. And rook d1 in the end.
Oh,
King went to b2.
okay.
Rook e1 probably. Rook d3, repeating. No, rook was where on. So he's repeating.
He is repeating. What?
And now?
Okay.
Will he take it? Rook a3.
I think he will. Now is the time. Yes, he does it. Queen f3. Okay.
Played instantly. Rook d3 probably.
Mm-hmm. He can give a check on a1. What an exciting game. Like, we're spectating from the side and it feels like they have so much time, but the players are stressed with such little time. Time goes by very quickly when you're at the board.
True.
Kovalenko still calculating. He has some very appealing options, so let's see which one he goes for. He gives a check on c3. Okay, rook c3 check. Decisions. Where does the king go? All three of the moves are safe. If it helps anything.
King d2.
Okay. Rook c2.
Okay.
King e1, okay.
King e1. But this is really like walking on tightrope. Knight g2. King d1. And now c3 or a3, he will go for the trick. But c3 is a draw.
Wow.
Because he can take the rook anyway. Probably that was... He will go rook b2. He sees that after a3... No, a3 he can.
He just
but
captures.
after captures.
What a position. What's next, Kovalenko? What's next?
Okay, not much time left. Rook a2.
Okay.
Still drawn.
At least a3 is next. And not a terrible position to defend with white. I mean, you know that you're only playing for a draw, and this is never ending because there's no 50 move rule here. Every time black can reset the 50 move rule, and you keep being tortured here.
King c1?
Mm-hmm.
Still.
Yeah, still fine. So a3, I expect.
Yes. So which moves are not good now for white? After a3.
Queen moves.
Queen c3 is still good enough.
Okay.
Yeah, now whatever he does, he drops a pawn.
Yes. Nice find by Velden.
Yeah, queen c3, and now I believe. Okay, he can go back, rook f2.
Rook f2 and then 8. Okay, but the 8 pawn is lost.
Yes.
Yep. It's probably the best to try this. Yes, rook f2 plate. Queen takes. Both are fine. Yes, he takes the pawn on a3, which makes most sense because that pawn was the most scary to deal with. Knight f4 is on the board. Queen g3 check. That's very brief. King f1, okay. Now queen c3 is lose. Okay, queen c3, knight e2 check, of course. Okay. King d1. So there's moves here that lose with black. Okay, they're quite logical, like knight d5 is just losing. So any other knight move is fine.
I think he will call it a day now.
Already?
Yeah. Thinks knight d3 is a stalemate, queen g1. That's why he goes knight g2.
Yes. The energy levels of these players are insane. They're
My
on
energy
such
level
long
is
time.
very low now. I think that people noticed. Queen h3. Yeah.
Okay. Rook f4.
King d2.
Okay, it's played. King f2.
King c3.
It's really funny that it actually works.
Yeah. This is the move. The simplest, and then you chase the rook with your queen.
Yes,
This is the system.
very nice.
King
And
c3. He's checking, rechecking, and he will go.
no,
No.
he touched the queen.
Okay, preparing king c3. But now he allows rook f3 at least, that the game goes. Queen is strong.
Strong piece. Rook f3 on the board. Oh, king c3 would have been immediate draw.
King c2. Yeah, even for Vasily, it's over.
Nah, he'll come back.
You think?
Yes. Oh, that was fast. Okay. King c2.
As I said.
Velton deserves a medal for defending this. I mean, it's incredible. It's sad that he missed king c3, but still, I mean, this is incredible. We're over 140 moves. The players have already played for over 6 hours. It's truly incredible. Rook d3.
King b2 or what?
Okay, king b2. Yeah, what can black still try now? It's very difficult to try something. I mean, he can play c3, but then what's next? Okay, rook g3. To release the king. Oh, actually, yeah. I guess he's trying to release the king from the pin. Queen h8. Okay. Now you can't play c3 anymore.
Yes.
Okay, black is actually making some progress. I mean, it's already better set up, but it's still a draw. Queen h5 check. King d3. Now white is basically stalemated, but you cannot just give up the queen that easily.
Queen e2.
Aha, I like that. He doesn't play it. Queen g6, king d4. Queen g7. King e4.
Yeah, basically not much to comment now. If they start moving around. The problem is that we know that it will be a draw.
Yes.
This is the only problem.
Queen g5. King f1. Okay. Yeah, black can't make progress anymore. I don't believe in it.
Yes, exactly.
White has checks everywhere. Black setup looks nice, but it's not enough to defend the king.
Draw.
Wow. The game is over after 155 moves.
Crazy.
Incredible fight.
Yeah, I believe that we can conclude our day. It was long and it was very interesting. So we have players leading with 5 out of 6, which are Anton Hiharo. Stefansson is here, sorry. Stefansson is leading with 5.5,
out
right?
of 6.
Out of 6, and then there is a big group of players with 5 points. Suleimani, Anton Hiharo, Donchenko, Martirosyan, Biere, Hovhannisyan, Santos Latasa, Darda, and so on. So, thanks for staying with us for so long. Tomorrow is the next day. Yeah,
Yes.
candidates are finishing. But
Yes.
still, I believe that here is maybe even more interesting because you don't know yet who will be the leader. So, see us tomorrow. Thanks for coming, and same time, same place.
See
Bye.
you tomorrow.